Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Ötzi the Iceman, the victim of an unsolved true crime murder mystery set in the remote upper reaches of the Italian Alps some 5,000 years ago. Our story begins with two hikers who stumbled upon the body of what they assumed was a lost mountaineer, half embedded in the ice. But it soon became clear this was no modern-day tragedy. For one thing, he carried with him tools made of copper and stone, a bow and a quiver full of arrows, a cloak woven from grass, moss-lined shoes, and a small pouch of medicinal fungi. What followed was one of the most extraordinary investigations in archaeological history. Piece by piece, Ötzi's final days were painstakingly reconstructed. His movements, his meals, his aching joints and worn teeth, and inked across his skin cryptic rows of thin black lines, not decorative, but arranged in patterns too precise to be accidental. And yet, some of the details didn't quite fit. A copper axe, far more advanced than anything else from his time. Then deep within his cells, genetic links to Mediterranean islands, nearly 1,000 kilometers from where he fell. And most shocking of all, a fatal injury so obscure, it nearly escaped detection altogether. These were not the traces of an ordinary traveler lost in the whiteout of a snowstorm. This was a man of rare standing, whose death raised more questions than it answered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footprints of a man whose story was nearly lost to the ice forever. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Ötzi the Iceman into the frozen stillness of this near-forgotten age. It was the tail end of summer in 1991 when two hikers set out on a familiar trail in the Ötztal Alps, tracing the ridgelines near the border of Austria and Italy. The skies had just cleared after a spell of warm weather and rain, the kind that loosens rock, softens the ice, and bathes the peaks in a fleeting Alpine glow. At over 3,000 meters, the terrain is rough, even in the best conditions, a land of wind-blasted stone and slow-moving ice, shaped over ages into crests and hollows. As they navigated a shallow gully in the glacier, something caught their eye. At first, it looked like debris, a dark, leathery shape pressed into the ice. Closer now, they saw ribs, a shoulder, and the smooth dome of a skull. What they'd found looked like a human body, face down in the meltwater, with an arm awkwardly folded beneath the chest. The legs had long since vanished into the ice. Assuming it was the remains of a lost climber, they marked the spot and alerted local authorities. It didn't take long for officials to reach the site, but what followed was a mess of assumptions and mistakes. Believing the body to be modern, recovery efforts were rough and rushed. A jackhammer was brought in. The torso was pulled free with force. Bones were scattered. Tools and gear around the corpse were handled with little care. Only later, once the body had thawed and was taken in for examination, did a deeper mystery begin to emerge. The equipment, crude and worn, didn't resemble anything recent. The body itself, leathery and weather-darkened, was far too well preserved for someone lost decades earlier. The mystery deepened. Scientists were brought in. Radiocarbon dating began, and the results stunned them. The man in the ice had died over 5,000 years ago, around 3,300 BCE, long before Rome, before the pyramids, before even Stonehenge had taken shape on the far side of Europe. He wasn't a lost climber. He was a time capsule from the Copper Age. The body was transferred to Innsbruck for initial analysis, and eventually to Bolzano in northern Italy, where a team of researchers began the long, careful process of examining everything he had taken with him into the mountains. There was his clothing, torn but still recognizable, a blade of sharpened stone, a longbow half finished, and remarkably, a small axe with a copper head, dulled by centuries but unmistakably metal. There were fragments of rope, tufts of fur, a belt, a pouch. Everything he had worn or carried had frozen in place alongside him, layered into the ice over the millennia. Even his skin told a story, toughened but intact. Fingernails, toes, even the fragile cartilage of his ears had endured, and beneath that toughened exterior lay a map of muscle, blood, and bone that scientists had never seen preserved in such a state. He was the best preserved natural mummy ever found, not embalmed, not wrapped, simply caught in the cold and held there, untouched by time. As the discovery made headlines, theories swirled. Who was he? A hunter? A shepherd? A traveler lost in a storm? And what had brought him up so high into the mountains, alone and carrying weapons? At first, it was assumed he had perished from exposure, a victim of bad luck or worsening weather. But over the weeks that followed, as the body was scanned, samples taken, and items catalogued, pieces of the story began to shift. The evidence didn't point to a peaceful death, and the man in the ice, long dead and long forgotten, would soon become the center of one of the oldest unsolved investigations in human history. The Iceman had returned, and he had brought questions with him. Long before empires rose or alphabets were carved into stone, Europe was a patchwork of small communities scattered across forests, river valleys, and highland slopes. In the shadows of the Alps, where the land rippled into deep green ridges and narrow glacial streams, people lived in timber houses, tilled small plots of grain, and hunted along age-old trails. This was the Copper Age, a time of transition between stone and metal, when the world was slowly reshaping itself. He would have known these mountains well, the steep passes, the grazing paths, the narrow channels, where ibex and deer were easiest to track. Life in the high valleys was demanding, but not unfamiliar. Generations had learned how to coax survival from the land, gathering firewood, drying meat, shaping stone tools, and walking long distances with everything they owned strapped to their backs. There were no cities, no maps, just memory, instinct, and paths worn smooth by years of moving from one safe place to the next. But his world was changing. Somewhere, deep in the mountains, early metallurgists had learned to extract copper from ore, a slow, smoky process that transformed rock into something stronger and more valuable. Metal tools began to appear alongside flint, first among hunters and tradesmen, then among those with status, men who owned land, livestock, or knowledge passed from father to son. A copper axe wasn't just useful, it was rare, symbolic, possibly even sacred. Though we can't know his name, we can read his life through what he carried. His clothing, carefully stitched together from hides, spoke of a man used to long journeys in unpredictable weather. His grass cloak offered insulation against damp. His shoes, padded with moss and stuffed with soft grass, were built for endurance, not speed. The food he packed, grains, dried meat, wild herbs, suggested planning. The tools strapped to his belt weren't for show. They were meant to be used. And then there were the routes themselves. Archaeological evidence suggests long-distance trade was already in motion. People were traveling not just across valleys, but between regions, exchanging salt, hides, obsidian, and ideas. He may have walked for days or weeks at a time. He may have known more than one language. He likely lived in a community with roles: farmers, hunters, toolmakers, and elders who remembered when things had been different. There was danger too. Illness was common. Medicine was minimal. Disputes between groups weren't uncommon, and the boundaries of land and loyalty were easily tested. People moved with caution, and often in groups. To travel alone was either a necessity or a risk. And yet, there's something resilient in the world he came from. Despite the lack of writing or buildings made to last, these people adapted. They learned how to endure seasons, how to preserve food, how to protect themselves from injury and from each other. They were not lost to history. They were simply never recorded, until one of them stepped too far into the mountains, never came home, and froze into a question. When his body was found thousands of years later, it brought with it more than bones and clothing. It offered a window, narrow but luminous, into a world otherwise vanished. This was life in the Copper Age, and for reasons we've yet to fully understand, it brought him up into the high passes one last time. When researchers first examined the man from the ice, their attention naturally turned to his equipment, the weapons, the clothing, the materials he'd carried up the mountain. But it wasn't long before their focus shifted from what he brought to what he bore. Along his back, legs and arms were faint markings, dark, linear shapes pressed into the skin. Some looked like parallel dashes, others like crosses or clusters. Under infrared light, the full extent became clear. He had over 60 tattoos, the oldest preserved in human history. They weren't elaborate or decorative. There were no animals, no symbols of belief or rank. These were simple, purposeful lines, positioned directly over joints and along the spine, knees, ankles, lower back, areas prone to strain. Scientists believe they may have served as a kind of pain treatment, a primitive form of acupuncture or ritual healing. Tiny incisions had been made in the skin, and charcoal rubbed into the wounds to create lasting marks. If so, they suggest not just physical suffering, but a form of medical knowledge passed down through generations, not written, but remembered. Alongside the tattoos, his belongings painted the portrait of a prepared and experienced traveler. Most remarkable of all was the copper axe. Its head had been carefully hammered from nearly pure copper, affixed to a yew wooden handle with birch tar and tightly bound sinew. It was not a ceremonial item. The edge was worn, slightly dented, a working tool and a deadly weapon if needed. To possess such an axe in that era marked him out. Copper was rare, and those who carried it likely held influence. He also carried a longbow, unfinished but nearly ready for use, shaped from a single stave of yew, the same wood favored centuries later by medieval English archers. Alongside it was a quiver with over a dozen arrows. Some were tipped with finely shaped flint heads, others were still in progress, their shafts straightened and fletched, but not yet armed. The flint used for the arrowheads had been sourced from hundreds of kilometers away. This was not a man who stayed in one place. His knife was small and well used, a flint blade set into an ash handle, with a sheath tucked securely at his belt. He also carried a retoucher, a tool made from antler, used for sharpening or repairing his blades in the field. Nearby was a small birch bark container, likely used to carry embers or dry materials for fire starting. This was someone who had lived outdoors, who knew how to keep moving, how to survive when alone. Even his backpack, now fragmented, showed care in its construction. A bent wooden frame, straps, perhaps leather or hide, that had long since disintegrated. There was also a netted pouch made of grass fibers, strong and flexible, ideal for carrying small tools or foraging finds. A marble-sized lump of fungus, birch polypore, was found among his items too. Known for its antibacterial properties, it was likely used as medicine, possibly to treat stomach ailments or wounds. His clothing was layered and practical, leggings made from goat hide, a belt, a loincloth, a coat stitched from various hides, and that distinctive cloak made of woven grass, possibly used as a rain covering or outer wrap. His shoes were especially ingenious, bearskin soles, deerskin uppers, and inner linings of grass for insulation. Inside them, traces of moss and plant fiber still clung to the structure. They had been made for hiking long distances over rough terrain. Altogether, his gear suggested a man who had expected to survive the journey, not someone on the run, not someone marching toward death. He was equipped, resourced, and adaptable. This was not a ritual sacrifice, not an exile left with nothing. He was someone who had planned, and planned carefully. And yet, for all his preparation, the tools, the knowledge, the endurance, something had gone wrong, terribly wrong. His tattoos tell of a body worn by hardship. His axe speaks of value and perhaps conflict, and the unfinished longbow suggests he had plans beyond this final ascent, plans that never came to pass. It wasn't a violent scene. That was what puzzled investigators at first. There was no clear evidence of a struggle, no fractured limbs, no shattered skull. His body lay face down, with arms tucked beneath him and one leg splayed awkwardly. A pose more suggestive of sudden collapse than confrontation. For years, it led many to assume he had simply succumbed to the elements: cold, exhaustion, perhaps hunger or injury. But when scientists began to look closer, the truth started to shift. The first clue lay deep in his stomach. His final meal had been preserved, a remarkable accident of timing and temperature. Inside his digestive tract, researchers found fragments of ibex meat, einkorn wheat, and traces of fat and pollen. The contents pointed to a rich, hearty meal eaten just hours before his death. The presence of pollen placed him in the lower valleys earlier that same day. He had climbed rapidly, covering steep, punishing ground in a short window of time. He hadn't been starving. He hadn't been lost. He'd eaten well, and he had a destination. Then came the wounds. Along his hand was a deep gash, cut into the flesh between thumb and forefinger. It was healing when he died, days or perhaps a week old, the kind of wound you get when grabbing a blade. A defensive injury, not fatal, but telling. There had been an earlier altercation, one he survived. Whether it was a fight, a robbery, or something more personal, it had left its mark. More blood was found, not just his. On his dagger, on his clothing, and on the tips of his arrows, scientists discovered traces of at least 4 other individuals. Human blood, dried and ancient. It's possible he had been in a fight before his final ascent. Or perhaps he had fought off attackers along the way. Some of his arrows had been used, others broken. One had blood from 2 different people on it. These weren't idle weapons. They had been drawn. But it was the arrow in his shoulder that changed everything. A decade after his discovery, a CT scan revealed something lodged deep beneath the skin, an arrowhead made of flint. It had entered from behind, slicing through muscle and embedding itself near the left scapula. The wound severed a major artery. He would have bled out quickly. The angle of entry suggested he never saw it coming. The arrow had broken off just beneath the skin. At the time, only a small opening was visible, easy to miss without modern imaging. But the internal damage was catastrophic. The shaft had likely been removed or fallen away, leaving the head inside. There were no signs of healing. The shot had been fatal, fast, probably delivered from a distance. Even stranger, nothing had been taken. His copper axe, the most valuable item he carried, was still beside him. His longbow, tools, food, all untouched. If it was a robbery, it was unfinished. If it was revenge, it was personal. Someone had followed him, tracked him through the mountains, and loosed a single, deadly arrow, and then left him there. The other signs, bruising on his chest, a possible blow to the head, added further questions. Was the arrow what killed him, or just the final act? Had he stumbled and fallen after being struck? Or had someone come closer to finish what they started? His body held the answers, though not all of them. The blood from others, the defensive wound, the fatal shot. They formed the outline of something darker than misadventure. This was no random death on the mountain. It was something more deliberate, a moment of violence frozen in place for 5,000 years. And though no one was there to witness it, The clues remained, layered in bone, blood, and skin. He may have thought he was alone. The high ridge where he fell was remote, even by the standards of his time. A stony saddle between peaks, exposed to the wind, and overlooking deep Alpine valleys far below. It was not a place people stumbled across by chance. To reach it meant climbing for hours, possibly days. You needed to know where you were going. And yet, someone else had been there. One theory suggests that what happened to him wasn't complicated, that it was over in seconds. A single arrow, launched from a distance, struck him from behind. No argument, no struggle, no warning, just the sudden, silent arc of flint through air, and then pain. The arrow pierced his shoulder, causing fatal internal bleeding. He may have staggered. He may have had time for only a few breaths. And then he fell, face down, the mountains rising above him, and the cold already beginning to settle in. The angle of the wound supports this idea. It came from above and behind, suggesting the shooter had the high ground, perhaps watching, waiting. The arrow's head, discovered only years later by CT scan, had snapped off just beneath the skin. It had caused massive internal damage, and yet, strangely, there was no attempt to retrieve it, no finishing blow, no close-range attack. He had simply been left where he fell, and nothing was taken. This is one of the theory's most intriguing details. His copper axe was beside him, untouched. His bow, arrows, knife and tools, all left in place. If it had been a robbery, it was a failure. But then, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Perhaps the attacker had no interest in what he carried. Perhaps the aim was never theft, but elimination. The theory of a sudden ambush paints a picture of calculated distance, a long-held grudge, a rival, someone who had waited for the right moment or followed him until he was vulnerable. The high pass offered no cover, no shelter, and no escape. One arrow was all it took. It also explains the absence of other injuries. There were no broken bones, no defensive cuts beyond the older wound on his hand. His position on the ground, arms beneath him, face turned, suggested collapse, not resistance. And if the shot had been clean and quick, it would explain why no further trauma was found. There was no need for more. There are still gaps, of course. How had the attacker known where he would be? Had he been followed all along? Was it someone from his own community, or a stranger lying in wait near a mountain trail? If he had been targeted, why now? Why here? What gives this theory its weight is its stark simplicity. It requires no extended confrontation, no elaborate motive, just an arrow, an opportunity, and a target, and then the slow covering of snow, the preservation of the scene, and the long passage of time. It's the kind of death that leaves little behind, no footprints, no witnesses, no resolution, just a body, well prepared, well equipped, lying still in a hollow of stone and ice, his final breath caught beneath the wind. This is the first theory, not the only one, but in the stillness of that Alpine ridge, where one life ended and a mystery began, it remains one of the most compelling. In an age without fixed frontiers or written records, the Alps were a patchwork of valleys and passes held by different groups, families, clans, or loose-knit communities. They shared grazing land, traded materials, and likely crossed paths in the seasonal movement between high pastures and sheltered lowlands. But with shared space came friction. And in a world where survival depended on resources, territory and trust, conflict was never far behind. The second theory surrounding the Iceman's death begins with this premise, that he wasn't the victim of a single assassin, but a participant in a violent encounter between two groups. A clash, sudden or planned, where arrows flew and blades were drawn. Perhaps it happened in the valleys below, in the forests, or along the banks of a river. Perhaps it was over livestock, or food, or some forgotten insult. What matters is that it turned bloody, and not everyone walked away. When scientists examined the items found with the body, they discovered something remarkable: traces of blood from 4 other individuals, some on his knife, some on his arrows. One arrow contained the blood of 2 different people. Another had blood that didn't match his own. These weren't ceremonial objects. They had been used. Then there was the defensive injury on his hand. He had time to dress it, perhaps with moss or other natural remedies, and it had even begun to heal. Taken together, these clues suggest that he had survived a previous fight. He may have fled, regrouped, or attempted to recover in the mountains. But he wasn't just traveling. He may have been escaping. In this version of events, the fatal arrow wasn't part of an ambush, but a final blow in a longer pursuit. He may have injured others. He may have been targeted in return. The attacker could have been a rival from another group, or someone from within his own who had turned against him after the conflict. Either way, he died with unfinished weapons, a fresh meal in his belly, and a trail of violence behind him. There's also the question of why he was traveling alone. In most cases, people in that era moved in small groups. Companions meant protection. The fact that he was alone, yet heavily armed, suggests he had either been separated or exiled. Perhaps the clash had fractured his standing. Perhaps he had been forced to leave, carrying only what he could, and hoping the high ground would bring safety. This theory is supported by the broader archaeological context. There's growing evidence of interpersonal violence in the Copper Age, skeletal remains showing blunt force trauma, arrow wounds, and signs of large-scale confrontations. Communities, while cooperative, were also territorial, and tools could become weapons quickly when tensions flared. Still, this theory raises its own questions. If it was a battle, why were no other bodies found nearby? If he had companions, then where did they go? Had he truly escaped only to be hunted down later? Or was he simply the final casualty in a conflict already fading from memory? He wasn't moving in haste. That's one of the more telling details. His gear was intact. His food supply was full. His last meal, rich in fat and protein, had been eaten not long before he died. The unfinished longbow by his side suggested he had time, or at least believed he did. If he had been running for his life, he didn't show it, which leads to a different kind of possibility. This theory suggests that he wasn't ambushed by a stranger, or caught in the crossfire of a tribal dispute. It suggests he was killed by someone he knew. He was carrying a copper axe, a valuable tool, rare and difficult to make. In his time, it would have signified skill, possibly status. Ownership of such an item wasn't casual. It marked you as someone with influence, with resources, or with responsibilities. This opens the door to motive. Perhaps the conflict had started earlier. The defensive wound on his hand, healing but fresh, hints at a confrontation days before his death. He might have been in an argument, a fight, or a standoff that ended unresolved. And after that, he left, maybe by choice, maybe not. If he had been exiled or forced out, the act of climbing into the high mountains could have been a search for refuge, or a place to wait, or simply the only direction left to go. He wasn't traveling recklessly. His shoes were insulated and well made. His layers of clothing, his toolkit, his food, all prepared with care. He may have believed the worst was behind him, that whoever he'd left behind him would not follow, but someone did. The arrow that struck him came from behind, from higher ground. It pierced through muscle and into bone, severing a major artery. He would have lost consciousness quickly. There were no signs of a second strike, no looting, no effort to hide the body, just one act, and then departure. If it was betrayal, it was clean. No noise, no struggle, no warning. And perhaps that's what makes this theory so compelling. It doesn't rely on chance. It doesn't need a roaming attacker or a running battle. It only needs familiarity. Someone who knew his route, who knew his habits, and who waited for the moment he was alone. The high ridge where he fell offered little cover, but a wide vantage, a place to see and be seen. Perhaps he paused there to rest, or to look back, or to think. It would have been exposed, but not unthinkable, as a temporary camp. If the attacker arrived later, they would have had the advantage. A single shot from higher ground, no warning, no chase. And then the body was left, not because of oversight, but because the act was complete. Among the three main theories, this one speaks the loudest. The arrow that ended his life was not removed. He was not stripped nor scavenged. It doesn't feel like war. It doesn't feel like chance. It feels like closure. It's the kind of ending that leaves no visible mark at the scene, but echoes in the positioning of the body, the completeness of the gear, and the small, stubborn fact that the arrow came from behind. The betrayal theory doesn't try to answer every question. It simply frames the facts in a way that human history has known too well. Sometimes the final blow doesn't come from the outside. It comes from within. And in a world without writing, without courts or consequences, sometimes the only record of it is a body frozen in place and left behind. For over 5,000 years, no one laid eyes on him. He remained where he fell, curled into the rocks at the foot of a high mountain saddle, as winter after winter piled snow over his body. The glacier moved slowly, pressing down, layering ice, preserving every fiber of what he wore and carried. What the killer left behind, the mountain kept. His skin dried and darkened. The soft tissue began to shrink and harden. The freezing and thawing of seasons pulled moisture from the body in slow, careful increments. But remarkably, he didn't decompose. The altitude, the cold, and a rare stroke of chance had conspired to create something extraordinary. A natural mummy, whole and untouched by time. Unlike the embalmed remains of Egypt or the peat-preserved bodies of northern Europe. This was different. This was a man who died in the open, whose body was preserved not by ritual, but by ice. And because he was never buried, nothing was disturbed. Everything lay just as it had fallen: tools, weapons, clothing, even traces of pollen, moss, and blood. The cold kept it all intact, right down to the contents of his stomach. Over the millennia, the glacier shifted around him, but never enough to carry him away. He remained lodged in a shallow gully, just meters from the border of what is now Austria and Italy. Every so often, the ice melted just enough to move a rock, expose a corner of hide, or shift one of his garments. The conditions of his preservation were so precise, so unlikely, that scientists often refer to it as a once-in-a-lifetime find. Not only for what it revealed about his death, but for the wealth of detail it gave us about his life. Even the microscopic details endured. The tattoos were still visible, pressed into the skin around joints and the lower spine. His fingernails were intact. His eyes, though shrunken, had left behind enough tissue for genetic analysis. The leather cords of his belt still held their knots. There were fragments of moss tucked into his shoes, and fine hairs caught between the layers of his clothing. It wasn't just the body, it was the moment, held in place long enough for the modern world to find it, and in doing so, to ask questions that would never have been possible otherwise. What did he eat? Where had he traveled? Was he in pain? Did he know he was being followed? And perhaps most striking of all, there was no grave, no marker, no ceremony, just a body that nature took back and held, long after memory faded. As climate change thinned the ice across the Alps, his resting place was finally exposed. What had been locked away for thousands of years came free not with a storm, but with a slow melt, a shifting of time. The glacier, never still but never in a hurry, eventually gave him up. Not fully, but just enough to be found. By the time the hikers walked through that ridge in 1991, only a sliver of him remained above the surface. A shoulder, a strip of back, part of a pelvis. The rest was still buried in the snow and ice, waiting. It had taken over 5,000 years for him to be seen again, and when he was, he had a story to tell, one hidden not in words or carvings, but in the slow work of preservation, in the way the mountain held him, layer by layer, without letting go. Today, he rests behind glass, in a carefully controlled chamber at the South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy. The room is kept at a constant -6 degrees Celsius, with 99% humidity. The closest approximation scientists could create to the icy cradle that preserved him for over 5,000 years. A small window allows visitors to glimpse the man in the ice. He lies as he was found, darkened, shrunken, ribs faintly visible, arms drawn in close to the body. But though the body no longer moves, the story hasn't stopped unfolding. In the decades since his discovery, researchers have continued to draw new knowledge from the man once lost to the glacier. Each scan, test, and biopsy reveals another thread of the Copper Age world, a world that otherwise left behind no written language, no lasting architecture, and few names to remember. Through advanced DNA sequencing, scientists were able to reconstruct his genome, the first complete map of a prehistoric human's genetic code. The results were surprising. His closest living genetic relatives are not found in the Alpine regions where he died, but on the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia and Corsica, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. His lineage had diverged from the surrounding populations, hinting at ancient migrations and isolated communities whose legacy now lingers in his cells. His eyes were brown, a soft umber shade that carries through time. He had lactose intolerance, a condition common among early farming communities before dairy tolerance became widespread. He also carried markers for cardiovascular disease, making him one of the earliest known cases of hereditary heart risk. And in his gut, scientists found the earliest known evidence of Borrelia burgdorferi, the bacterium that causes Lyme disease. He was not a perfect specimen of his time. He limped through life with worn joints, tooth decay, and parasites in his intestines, but he endured. His body showed signs of long-distance walking, of hard labor, of pain that had become familiar. And yet, he adapted. The tattoos on his skin weren't just marks. They may have been attempts to relieve chronic discomfort. The fungi he carried had antibiotic properties. Even in an age without formal medicine, he carried remedies with him. His tools and clothing are still being studied, how they were made, where the materials came from, what they suggest about trade, skill, and social ties. Every stitch, every fiber is a clue. From the moss in his shoes to the copper in his axe, he left behind a record that speaks without needing to be read. And perhaps that's what gives his story its staying power. He wasn't a king or a warrior of legend. He didn't build anything grand or rule over others. He was one of many, a man who walked through a landscape that gave little and demanded much. And somehow, in dying where he did, he offered a gift no one expected. We still don't know exactly who killed him or why. That part of the story remains unresolved and may always be. But we know how he lived, the routes he traveled, the tools he trusted, the food he gathered, and the weight he carried with him to the end. His death raised questions, but his survival, 5,000 years after his final breath, gave us something rare, the voice of an ordinary man who endured. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of T.E. Lawrence, a complicated figure hailed as a wartime legend and visionary on the silver screen, yet considered by some to be a ruthless opportunist who blurred the line between loyalty and betrayal. Before the world wrapped him in legend, Thomas Edward Lawrence was an Oxford-trained archaeologist and linguist, a sharp, driven scholar of ancient civilizations, deeply drawn to the languages and landscapes of the Middle East. But when the First World War reached fever pitch, he left behind the safety of museums and manuscripts to join the British Army's intelligence service in Cairo. In one bold feat, Lawrence crossed a deadly stretch of desert to attack a heavily fortified coastal garrison. The plan included a route deemed to be little more than a death wish by most, even by seasoned Bedouin travelers. Yet somehow, he and his men achieved the impossible, catching their adversaries completely by surprise. Some saw Lawrence as a master of guerrilla warfare, bold, brilliant, and loyal to the Arab cause. Others believed he was playing a deeper game, using revolt as a tool for empire. And there were many, including Lawrence himself, who never quite knew which version to believe. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trek across the sun-baked deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to follow a man of contradictions, a man who set out to remake the fate of a nation, only to find it was he himself who had been remade. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk beside T.E. Lawrence into the endless, starlit desert. T.E. Lawrence was born in 1888 in Tremedog, Wales, the second of 5 boys in a household shaped by secrecy and restraint. His father, a wealthy Anglo-Irish nobleman, had abandoned his first wife to live with Lawrence's mother under a false name, a scandal that would cast a faint shadow over the rest of his life. Lawrence grew up in Oxford, where he quickly developed a fascination with the distant past, not fairy tales, but real histories, empires, fortresses, lost cities, and the people who built them. At Oxford University, he studied history with unusual intensity. He was small in frame, unassuming in posture, but filled with a relentless energy that unnerved some and impressed others. He became obsessed with the castles of the Crusader kingdoms and walked hundreds of miles across Syria to study them firsthand, sleeping rough, measuring ancient walls with a tape and notebook, and soaking in every local dialect. His academic work was brilliant, but it was his capacity for endurance, observation, and adaptation that truly set him apart. After graduating, he joined an archaeological dig at Skirmish, an ancient Hittite city on the Euphrates. There, amid toppled pillars and scorched stone, Lawrence found something like a home. He worked in the sun with local laborers, earning their trust, learning their customs, and slipping easily into their world. He wore native robes and formed friendships that would later prove invaluable. Unlike many Europeans in the region, he did not tower above the people around him. He listened. But as Ottoman control across the Arab world began to fray, Skirmish was no longer just a dig site. The British Museum may have funded the excavation, but intelligence officers were taking notice too. Lawrence's skills, his knowledge of Arab tribes, his language fluency, his ability to read a political landscape, did not go unnoticed. When war broke out in 1914, Lawrence returned to Britain and enlisted. He was sent not to the trenches of France, but to Cairo, where the British Army's intelligence service maintained a small but strategic office whose task it was to monitor unrest across Ottoman-held territory. At first, his role was behind the scenes, collecting information, interpreting maps, writing reports. But Lawrence believed the Arab peoples could rise against their Turkish rulers, and that with British support, they might win their freedom. His ideas were bold and not always welcomed, but the tide of war was shifting, and soon he was sent east, not as a soldier in uniform, but as a liaison to a brewing rebellion. The boy who once wandered alone through desert ruins was about to enter a far more dangerous landscape, one shaped not by ancient stone, but by ambition, revolt, and the long reach of empire. The war in the Middle East moved slowly at first. The Ottoman Empire, though waning, still held sway over vast stretches of land, from Syria and Mesopotamia to the Hejaz along the Red Sea. Britain's interests in the region were both strategic and self-serving. The Suez Canal had to be protected, new alliances had to be made, and uprisings, where they could be stirred, needed to serve a purpose. In Cairo, Lawrence joined the Arab Bureau, a small cluster of officers, scholars, and linguists working under the haze of ceiling fans and desert heat. He stood out immediately. He spoke Arabic with fluency, but more than that, he understood the politics, the rivalries, and the ancient tribal fault lines that still shaped the region. He was young, technically junior, but already impossible to ignore. In 1916, he was sent into the field. The Arab revolt had begun, a campaign led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his sons, aiming to cast off Ottoman rule and establish Arab independence. The British supported it, at least on paper. Lawrence's task was to act as liaison, to support, observe, and report back. But once in the desert, the lines blurred. He became more than an advisor. He traveled to meet Prince Faisal, one of Hussein's sons, and a key commander of the revolt. Their first meeting was careful, formal, but over time, Lawrence and Faisal developed a genuine bond. He respected the prince's calm authority, his sharp instincts, and his ability to lead with both strength and restraint. Faisal, for his part, saw in Lawrence a rare kind of outsider, someone who listened, paid attention, and seemed genuinely invested in their cause. Lawrence discarded his uniform and adopted local dress, not as theater, but as practicality and respect. He traveled by camel, slept rough, and memorized the terrain as if he had always belonged there. The desert, in its terrible vastness, suited him. He soon realized that the Arab revolt, though courageous, was fractured. Tribal rivalries ran deep, supplies were scarce, and traditional tactics would not break the Ottoman lines. Lawrence began to think differently. If they could not face the empire head-on, they would strike at its edges, disrupting railways, ambushing patrols, and using the desert as both shield and weapon. He wasn't a general. He had no formal command. But ideas have a power of their own, and his were bold enough to earn him freedom to act. He proposed a daring campaign, one that combined tribal knowledge with guerrilla strategy, using speed, surprise, and the vastness of the desert to their advantage. Lawrence's writings from this period are measured but restless. He spoke of moments of beauty in the dunes, but also of unbearable heat, illness, and the unshakable sense that each order he gave might carry someone to their death. By now, he had the trust of many, not all, of the tribal leaders. Not by charm, but by persistence. He sat with them, rode with them through sandstorms and towards skirmishes, and over time, a fractured force began to move with some shared purpose. He was no longer just the liaison from Cairo. He had become something more difficult to define and far harder to remove. The desert is not empty. It may seem so to those who glance across its dunes from the shaded windows of a distant city, but Lawrence knew better. Beneath the silence of stone and sand lay old grievances, deep alliances, and an ever-shifting code of honor. The Arab revolt moved within that landscape, not with the precision of a regular army, but through kinship, loyalty, and centuries-old tribal memory. By the end of 1916, Lawrence was no longer merely observing this revolt. He had become part of its rhythm. He rode with tribal bands to scout Ottoman positions. He studied the habits of their garrisons and watched the way Turkish supply lines snaked along the Hejaz railway. Every stretch of track, every remote station, became a possible target. The aim was never to win in one sweeping strike, but to weaken, frustrate, and stretch the Ottoman forces thin. Sabotage became their craft. Lawrence worked with engineers and tribesmen alike to plan ambushes on trains. They used explosives, carefully placed beneath rails or buried under stone. Sometimes they struck under cover of darkness, other times in full daylight, gambling on surprise and the vastness of the land to make their escape. The success of these attacks wasn't just military, it was psychological. Ottoman troops grew wary, their movements slower, their supply lines fragile. Each derailed carriage, each destroyed bridge, chipped away at an already crumbling morale. But the victories were never simple. With every raid came risk. Turkish patrols grew more aggressive. Lawrence was wounded in skirmishes more than once. One injury nearly cost him his life. There were also failures, attacks that faltered, plans that dissolved in the shifting winds of tribal politics, and moments when trust between allies frayed to breaking point. He spent long stretches in the company of men who spoke in poetry as often as they did in plans. Around campfires, he listened to stories of past battles, of blood debts and oaths sworn beneath the stars. He understood the need to show respect without appearing weak, to suggest without commanding, to persuade without pushing. It was a delicate balance, and the cost of misreading a man could be high. And still, he pressed on. For all the complexity, for all the danger, The campaign was working. Ottoman control in the south was beginning to unravel. Lawrence saw the potential for something larger, a full advance northward, not just sabotage and raids, but a drive toward the cities that had long stood at the heart of Ottoman rule. He wrote often during this time, though much of it would remain unpublished until years later. His accounts were vivid, restrained, and touched by something close to weariness. He was not yet the figure the world would come to know, but the desert was beginning to change him. Not just the sand and sun, but the choices he was making, and the ones he wasn't yet ready to face. In the early summer of 1917, the revolt had stalled. Ottoman forces still held strong positions along the coast, and the British High Command remained hesitant to offer full support. Resources were limited. Patience was running out. Lawrence knew that something dramatic was needed, not just to revive the campaign, but to convince both Arab leaders and British commanders that the revolt could deliver a decisive blow. The answer lay in Aqaba. Perched on the Red Sea, Aqaba was a heavily fortified Ottoman garrison and a crucial port. If the Arabs could take it, the supply lines to their northern advance would open wide. But Aqaba was considered nearly untouchable. The sea-facing defenses were strong, the coastal approach well guarded. Any assault from that direction would be suicide. But Lawrence proposed something else. Instead of coming by sea, he suggested they cross the Nafud, a stretch of desert so vast and punishing that even seasoned Bedouin guides regarded it with caution. There were no roads, little water, and no cover from the burning heat. The idea was dismissed by many as reckless, but Faisal gave his blessing, and a small force of Arab fighters, led by Lawrence, set out on what would become one of the most daring desert marches in modern history. The journey took weeks. The sun scorched everything in its reach. Water had to be rationed, tempers managed, animals coaxed through the shifting terrain. They faced sandstorms, hostile tribes, and the ever-present threat of betrayal or ambush. At one point, Lawrence lost his camel and had to walk for hours in the heat, his boots worn thin, his lips cracked from thirst. Despite the hardship, they pressed on. Along the way, they captured smaller outposts and gathered intelligence. They struck quickly, vanished into the landscape, and reappeared days later, miles away. The Ottomans never saw the pattern. By the time they approached Aqaba from the rear, across terrain the Turks hadn't thought to defend. They had already shaken several enemy positions and demoralized the defenders. On July 6, 1917, the force descended on the garrison. After a brief but decisive fight, Aqaba fell. It was a turning point, not just tactically, but symbolically. Word of the victory traveled fast, first through Arab camps, then to Cairo, then London. Lawrence, once a curious oddity in British intelligence reports, became a name spoken with awe and suspicion in equal measure. The press had not yet turned him into a legend, but inside military circles, he was now impossible to ignore. He returned briefly to Cairo to report. He wore his Bedouin robes into British headquarters, dusty and sunburnt, a living contradiction to the polished officers behind their desks. Some saw it as theatrical. Others saw it as the mark of a man who had crossed some invisible line, no longer entirely one thing or another. When asked how he had managed it, he gave no grand answer, only that the desert had offered no other choice. Akaba gave the revolt momentum. Supplies flowed in, confidence swelled, and new plans were drawn. But something had changed in Lawrence as well. He had proven what few believed possible, and now the weight of expectation from Britain, from his Arab allies, and from himself would only grow heavier. With Akaba taken, the Arab revolt had a foothold. Supplies could now flow in from the Red Sea, and Lawrence's campaign entered a new phase, one defined less by daring marches and more by disruption, sabotage, and swift, punishing raids. The Hejaz Railway became his next obsession. Running from Damascus deep into the Arabian Peninsula, the railway was the lifeline of the Ottoman forces in the region, carrying troops, weapons, and supplies across vast distances. Lawrence understood its value. He also understood its vulnerability. The desert offered no protection for the tracks that stretched, exposed, across open land. Working with Bedouin fighters and engineers, Lawrence helped organize a series of attacks designed not to destroy the line entirely, but to harass it into uselessness. They planted explosives beneath rails, ambushed patrols, and derailed trains carrying soldiers and artillery. Some targets were chosen for strategic value, others simply to spread fear. He wrote later that they aimed to make the railway a thing of suspicion and dread, and they did. Ottoman trains began to travel in convoys, with armored cars and machine guns mounted at the front and rear. Yet still, the raids came. Each success emboldened the fighters. Each escape chipped away at the enemy's sense of control. Lawrence became known for appearing where he wasn't expected, striking fast, and disappearing into the dunes. He carried dynamite, maps, and notes in his saddlebag. He traveled light and ate little. The heat was unrelenting. His health faltered. In one raid, he was thrown from his camel and nearly captured. In another, he barely escaped a bullet meant for someone else. The desert, once a place of learning and observation, had become something else entirely, a theater of war and a reflection of the man he was becoming. He had grown thinner, more weathered. His face, once pale and sharp, was now lined by sun and wind. Those who met him during this time often described him as oddly calm, even when planning attacks. But something in him had shifted. He had seen what war could do, not just to cities and railways, but to the men who fought it. He began to carry a camera, documenting the campaign. The photographs captured bombed rail cars, shattered bridges, and long lines of fighters resting in the shade. They also captured something less visible, the blurring of roles, the confusion of identity, the sense that Lawrence no longer knew exactly where he was stood between his British uniform and the Arab robes he now wore most days. He returned occasionally to British headquarters for reports and resupply. Each time, the contrast grew sharper. In the desert, he was a figure of strategy and action. In Cairo, he was an anomaly, an officer out of place among polished ranks and policy memos. By late 1917, his name had begun to circulate back home. He appeared in dispatches, sometimes anonymously, sometimes not. Word spread of the Englishman who rode with rebels and blew up trains. The legend was beginning to grow, not through his own voice, but through the stories of others. Yet in his writings, there was little pride. He described the victories with restraint and the failures with clarity. He noted the cost, not just in blood and loss, but in certainty. The lines were no longer clear. He was not just fighting an enemy. He was living among people whose future had been promised something, and he was no longer sure that promise would be kept. Lawrence was never a diplomat. He preferred the hard clarity of action over the softness of negotiation. But as the war wore on, he found himself caught between two sets of promises, those made in the open and those whispered behind closed doors. To his Arab allies, the aim of the revolt had always been clear: to break free from Ottoman rule and establish independence across their ancestral lands. In his long conversations with Faisal, Lawrence had spoken often of this goal. He believed in it, he repeated it, and in many cases, he helped shape it into something more tangible, a political vision stitched together by tribal alliances, military victories, and trust hard-earned under the desert sun. At the same time, Lawrence eventually became aware of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, a clandestine pact to carve up Arab lands into future zones of European control following the war. And each time he made a new promise or urged another assault, the weight of that duplicity weighed on him heavily. In public, he remained composed. He met with tribal leaders, attended councils, and urged patience. But in private, his letters began to show signs of strain. He wrote of feeling split in two, loyal to his own country, yet ashamed of its duplicity, caught between what he believed was right and what he had been asked to help deliver. The Arabs pressed northward, sweeping across enemy lines with growing confidence. Lawrence accompanied them, not as a commander, but as a voice of strategy and connection. More than once, he carried messages between Faisal and British officers. He translated, negotiated, reassured. He took part in raids on Ottoman outposts. He helped secure alliances between rival clans. He coordinated the delivery of weapons and supplies from British depots to remote camps. And all the while, the gap between what was said in London and what was lived in the desert continued to widen. It was during this time that Lawrence's public image began to take shape. A photograph of him, robed and sand-worn, standing beside camel-mounted fighters, appeared in British newspapers. Writers began to paint him as the architect of the Arab campaign, a lone Englishman guiding a noble rebellion. Lawrence bristled at this. He knew how much of the campaign belonged to others. The Arabs were not his creation. He was a guest, however welcome, in their war. Still, the myth grew, and with it, the sense that he was becoming something he could no longer control. The end of the war was drawing near. Ottoman resistance was weakening. Damascus lay ahead. Lawrence knew that whatever came next would be decisive, not just for the Arab cause, but for his own sense of what he had done. He had helped ignite a revolution. He had guided it through hardship and into triumph. But beneath every promise lingered a question he could no longer avoid. What if the victory had already been spoken for? By the autumn of 1918, the revolt was nearing its end, at least on the battlefield. The Ottoman Empire, battered and retreating, was losing its hold on the Arab world. British and Arab forces were closing in from different directions, and the city of Damascus, once the jewel of Ottoman Syria, now stood within reach. For Lawrence, this moment had been long in coming. He had fought across deserts, through skirmishes, and behind the lines of empire for nearly 2 years. But this final approach was different. Damascus was more than a strategic prize. It was a symbol, a city rich in memory and meaning, long seen as a heartland of Arab identity. The race to reach it first had begun. Arab fighters led by Prince Faisal advanced swiftly from the south and east, while General Allenby's British forces pushed up from Palestine. Lawrence rode ahead with the Arab column, urging speed, negotiating passage with tribal leaders, and doing what he could to make sure Faisal, and not the British army, would be the one to raise a new flag over the city. On October 1st, the Arab forces entered Damascus. The city did not fall with fire or thunder. There was no dramatic battle at the gates. The Ottoman garrison had already begun its withdrawal, and the remaining Ottoman garrison offered little resistance. But the entry itself carried weight, a symbolic transfer, a fragile hope made real. Lawrence entered alongside the men he had ridden with for months, dusty and exhausted, unsure what to feel. In the days that followed, he helped set up a provisional administration under Faisal's leadership. He advised on matters of infrastructure and water supply, met with foreign consuls, and tried, with limited success, to prevent the British military from asserting control. But the lines of influence were already forming, and Lawrence could see it happening. The city was full of contradictions, celebration mixed with tension. Victory felt uncertain, even as flags were raised. French officers arrived soon after, their presence stiff and formal. He walked the streets of Damascus with a strange sense of detachment. He had helped bring this moment into being, but it did not feel like his to claim. The dream he had carried across the dunes, of a free Arab state born from rebellion, now felt perilously fragile, not because the will was lacking, but because the promises that had guided it had always been split. British officers began to arrive in greater numbers. French authority expanded. Faisal, ever diplomatic, tried to navigate the currents. Lawrence withdrew. He had reached the culmination of his efforts, only to find himself standing on ground that felt less like a triumph and more like an echo of something slipping away. He left Damascus not long after, slipping away without ceremony. There was no farewell parade, no honors, just the end of a road he had helped pave, and the dawning realization that others now intended to walk it in his place. Years later, when asked about that moment, he said very little. The campaign had ended. The city had been taken. But the cost, the true cost, was only beginning to show itself. Lawrence returned to Britain not as a soldier, but as a symbol. The war was over. The revolts were fading. And yet, as he stepped back into the cool grey of England, he found himself the focus of a legend he hadn't asked for and couldn't escape. He was exhausted. His health had suffered after years of hardship, wounds, sun exposure, malnutrition. But worse than the physical wear was a gnawing sense of unease. Damascus had not brought the outcome he had fought for. The Arab cause, the one he had helped champion, was slipping into the hands of colonial administration. French troops now occupied Syrian cities. Britain held sway over Iraq and Palestine, and the promises made in the desert lay in pieces. Faisal had been forced to withdraw. The Arab government Lawrence had helped set up was quietly dissolved, and the independence he had once whispered about under canvas tents now looked more like a mirage. At home, Lawrence received offers, a knighthood, promotions, political appointments. Each one he refused. He couldn't accept honors from a government he felt had betrayed the very cause he had sworn to support. In one symbolic moment, he even walked out of a royal ceremony, leaving the medal unclaimed. The public, however, was captivated. A book of war memoirs titled 7 Pillars of Wisdom was in progress, a sprawling, intensely personal account of his time in Arabia. Lawrence wrote and rewrote it obsessively, sometimes losing whole drafts and starting again. The process was painful. He was reliving not just actions, but doubts, regrets, and the burden of choices he could no longer justify. Meanwhile, the press had begun to shape its own version of him. The title, Lawrence of Arabia, was coined and repeated until it no longer seemed to belong to a real man. Photographs, paintings, and serialized tales painted him as a romantic figure, part scholar, part warrior, part enigma. He watched as his likeness appeared in magazines and shop windows, wondering whether the person on the page had anything to do with the man he had become. Uncomfortable in the spotlight, he sought refuge in obscurity. He changed his name more than once, enlisting in the Royal Air Force under an alias and later joining the Tank Corps. He performed menial duties, content to vanish into routine. The discipline gave him peace, the anonymity a strange comfort. But he was never truly free of what had come before. Letters found him, journalists pursued him, friends and former allies pressed him for views on the shifting political landscape of the Middle East. And though he rarely spoke publicly, his letters betray a deep melancholy. He had hoped for something lasting, a bond between peoples, a new political future shaped by honor. Instead, he saw mandates, divisions, and exploitation. The Arab revolt had changed the map, yes, but not in the way its fighters had dreamed. Lawrence had returned home, not in victory, but in retreat. He wandered the English countryside on his motorbike, wrote sparingly, and tried to fade into the background of a world that now saw him as myth. But the myth had edges, and behind it was a man unsure whether the story he had lived had been one of triumph or something altogether more complicated. The war was long over, but Lawrence could not leave it behind. It clung to him, not just in the memories of desert battles or lost friendships, but in the uncomfortable shape of a legacy he never fully owned. He had become, to many, a hero, and yet he had little interest in heroism. He described himself instead as a fraud, a man swept along by forces larger than he could control. Still, the public appetite for his story had only grown. By the early 1920s, he had settled into a strange rhythm, serving in military ranks under assumed names, while drafting and redrafting 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The manuscript consumed him. He described its creation as a kind of torment. It wasn't just the scale of the work, It was the pain of reliving the contradictions he had lived through. He wrote not as a conqueror, but as a witness. The sweeping narrative, filled with exacting detail and introspection, didn't glorify the war so much as expose its complexities. He questioned his own motives, doubted the morality of his role, and chronicled the beauty and tragedy of the desert campaigns with unflinching care. Though he printed only a few copies for friends at first, word of the manuscript spread. Artists and writers gathered around him. Politicians sought his opinions on the future of the Middle East. But Lawrence grew increasingly wary of speaking out. The world he had fought to reshape had been carved up by foreign powers. Borders were drawn with blunt instruments. Arab independence, once a hope spoken beneath canvas and stars, had been traded for oil, influence, and mandate. Lawrence did what he could. He advised Winston Churchill briefly during the 1921 Cairo conference, helping to draft new policies for the region. He pushed for Faisal's installation as King of Iraq, a fragile gesture toward honoring old promises. But these were patches on a larger wound. He knew that. He continued to serve in the Royal Air Force under the name T.E. Shaw. He lived in small quarters, read voraciously, and kept largely to himself. His friendships grew fewer. His letters, though still brilliant, were tinged with fatigue. He seemed a man trying to stay ahead of his own reflection, someone who had become a symbol, but could never quite reconcile what that symbol stood for. When a limited edition of 7 Pillars was finally released, it was praised for its literary richness and emotional honesty. It wasn't the tale of a British conqueror. It was something more complicated, a memoir of belief, betrayal, and the long, dry ache of aftermath. Lawrence never married. He had no children. The war had taken a piece of him that never returned. His days became quiet, his routine exact. He rode his beloved motorbike through the winding roads of Dorset, the wind and motion offering what little peace he could still find. But beneath the surface, he remained restless, haunted by decisions made and opportunities lost. The map of the world had changed, but so had the man who once tried to redraw it. In the final years of his life, Lawrence lived in a small, whitewashed cottage in Dorset, surrounded by pine trees and wide skies. He called it Cloud's Hill. The name suited it. The house was simple and spare. No electricity, few comforts, only the barest essentials. It was a place built for solitude. He spent his time reading, translating, corresponding with old friends. Occasionally, he would venture into town or receive a visitor, but more often, he was alone. He remained in the Royal Air Force under the name Shaw, working in clerical roles and repair units, content in the background. But there were signs. He was beginning to consider a return to public life. He had written to acquaintances about future work, pondered joining Churchill's circle again, even hinted at publishing more widely. After years of retreat, something inside him had started to stir again, just a flicker. Then, on the morning of May 13th, 1935, he took his motorbike out along a familiar country road. It was a clear day, the trees in full spring bloom, the lane winding and narrow. Lawrence rode fast. It was something he loved, the rush of speed and the focus it demanded. He crested a rise, and suddenly, two boys on bicycles appeared in front of him. He swerved hard to avoid them and was thrown from the machine. He never regained consciousness. For 6 days, he lay in a coma at a nearby military hospital. Friends gathered, reporters waited, and on May 19th, he died, less than 3 months after leaving military service for good. He was 46 years old. The world reacted with the strange mix of reverence and confusion. Obituaries spoke of a national hero. Others called him a mystery. Churchill wept. The Arab world mourned. And still others wondered whether anyone truly knew the man who had once helped stir a desert revolt and then disappeared into its aftermath. He was buried not far from Clouds Hill, in a simple grave. The headstone bore only his assumed name, T.E. Shaw, and a short inscription. The crowds that came were silent, respectful, unsure of what to say. In the years that followed, the legend only grew. Films would be made, books written, monuments built, and yet, beneath it all remained the outline of a man who never fully trusted what the world made of him. Lawrence had once set out across the desert to help forge a new world. He returned home a different man, burned by war, shaped by loyalty, undone by betrayal, and burdened by the weight of memory. He lived as a scholar, a soldier, and something in between. A figure caught between the pages of history and the pull of myth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the lost colony of Roanoke and the haunting disappearance of its entire population of more than 100 souls who vanished without a trace. On a narrow spit of land off the coast of what is now North Carolina, a small band of settlers arrived in the summer of 1587, determined to carve out a new life. But the land was harsher than they'd been led to believe. Food was scarce, and their crops faltered in the sandy soil. Though supplies were due to arrive within a few months, they soon realized they didn't have nearly enough to sustain themselves. Behind them lay thousands of miles of ocean. Ahead lay nothing but uncertainty. For months they toiled in the heat and storms, building homes, planting what little they could, and hoping for promised relief from England that never came. And as hunger deepened and tempers frayed, the settlers urged their governor, John White, to return to England and plead for help, a journey he never imagined would take 3 long years to complete. When John finally returned, he found only vacant houses and empty streets. There were no signs of distress, no fires, no fresh graves, no clear sign of what fate had befallen them. Were they struck down by hunger or illness? Were they taken into captivity, or did they attempt to sail to another colony? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footsteps of those brave settlers and consider the courage it must have taken to face the unknown. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow the echoes of those long-forgotten settlers and explore the mystery they left behind at Roanoke. In the waning years of the 16th century, England looked across the Atlantic and imagined an empire. Spain's grip on the Americas was strong, but Elizabeth's court wanted more than trade and naval victories. It wanted land. It wanted power and wealth. It wanted a foothold on the new continent. So when Sir Walter Raleigh proposed planting a colony on the distant shores of North America, the idea was met with a mix of caution and excitement. It was dangerous, yes, but the rewards could be immense. Raleigh was granted a royal patent, and plans were drawn for an English presence in the New World. He himself never sailed, but he oversaw the recruitment of men and women willing to risk everything for the promise of land and a new start. Some came for the adventure, others for the chance to escape their debts or the rigid confines of English society. Families, soldiers, craftsmen, all packed into the holds of 3 small ships. They left behind the crowded streets of Portsmouth in the spring of 1587, heading for a place few of them could even picture. The crossing was long and unforgiving. The Atlantic in summer was no gentle friend. Winds tore at the sails, storms battered the decks, and the stench of damp wood and unwashed bodies filled the air below. At night, the ships groaned as they pitched over black waves, the passengers clutching one another in the dark. Days stretched into weeks. Food grew stale and water soured. Yet through it all, they clung to the belief that what lay ahead was worth enduring. Stories told of forests rich with game, rivers alive with fish, and fertile ground that would welcome the plough and yield abundance. At last, they reached the islands of the Outer Banks. Through the morning mist, they caught sight of Roanoke, a narrow stretch of land ringed by marsh and forest. The settlers stepped ashore, weary from the crossing, but stirred by the strange beauty of the place. The air was warm and heavy, with the scent of pine. Birds wheeled above the reeds, and the trees swayed as though whispering among themselves. Their task was clear: build a settlement, plant crops, and claim this land in the name of England before the Spanish could reach it. The work began at once. Trees were felled, homes raised, and a small fort took shape on the edge of the forest. There was no time to dwell on how far they were from home, or how fragile their position here truly was. For a moment, it almost felt as though they belonged. The ocean was behind them now, and the wide green continent stretched ahead, full of possibility. But as the sun sank behind the tree line on those first nights, more than one settler must have wondered what they'd truly stepped into, and whether England's dream would become their own undoing. When the settlers awoke on their first full morning in the New World, the horizon stretched before them like a painted dream, vast, green, and utterly foreign. Roanoke Island was unlike anything they had left behind in England. The earth itself seemed alive in ways they could not fully understand, and every sound carried a strange edge: the low croak of unseen frogs, the rustling of reeds, the distant cry of some bird they couldn't name. There was little time to marvel, though. The governor, John White, urged them to begin the hard work of making the island habitable. They unloaded what supplies they had: barrels of meal, salt pork, a few tools and weapons, and set about clearing brush to raise walls and simple timber homes. Yet even in those first days, there were signs that the land would not yield easily to their efforts. The soil was sandy and poor, sucking the life from seeds almost as soon as they were planted. The summer heat hung heavy over the island, and swarms of biting insects tormented them as they worked. Game was scarce, and fishing yielded only modest catches. Still, they pressed on, determined to make the best of it, to carve their settlement out of this strange wilderness. And then there were the neighbors. At first, small groups of Krakatoan people watched them from the trees, their painted faces unreadable. These tribes were no strangers to Europeans. The English had come here before and left behind their own mix of promises and wounds. For a time, relations stayed polite, but tense. There were some exchanges, a few fish here, some bread and beads there, but nothing like trust. Beneath it all lay a current of uncertainty, as if both sides were measuring the other, waiting to see who would make the first mistake. The colonists did their best to appear unshaken. Children played between the posts of the fort. Women tended small garden plots and washed clothes by the river bank. Men cut timber and kept watch on the perimeter. Yet among themselves, they began to murmur about how little food they had and how long it might take for the promised supplies to arrive from England. The week stretched on, and still no sails appeared in the distance. One evening, a small fire burned near the edge of camp as the governor walked among his people, listening. A man confessed that his family was already cutting rations. Another asked if there would be more trade with the tribes. A woman pressed him about when the ships would come, and though John White reassured them all in his steady way, he could feel the weight of their worry settling over him like a stone. They had come so far, endured so much to get here, yet the island was not welcoming them. It was testing them, piece by piece. The governor stood at the water's edge that night, looking out toward the east, and wondered how many more weeks the colony could last. The first weeks of summer passed in a haze of sweat and hope. The settlers worked from dawn until dusk, shaping their fort, planting gardens, and repairing the damage from storms that swept across the island without warning. The woods seemed to press closer with each passing day, their shadows deepening, the rustle of unseen creatures just beyond sight. It did not take long for their hope to sour. The soil yielded little but stunted corn and wilted beans. The hunting parties brought back only meager hauls, a few rabbits, a string of fish, never enough to satisfy the growing hunger. The air hung hot and heavy over Roanoke, making the work slow and grueling. Skin blistered under the sun and cracked in the salt winds. Worse still was the feeling of being watched. At first, the Krakatoan people had approached openly, standing at the edge of camp and offering a fish or two in exchange for beads and cloth. But when one exchange soured, an argument over stolen tools, they withdrew. Now their presence was felt only in fleeting glimpses, a figure between the trees, a sound in the brush, and the unshakable feeling they were being watched. Inside the wooden palisade, tempers began to fray. Families argued over food. Children cried themselves to sleep on empty stomachs. There were whispered complaints about John White, about whether he'd misled them, about what to expect here. He tried to reassure them, reminding everyone that relief ships were surely on their way. But even he could feel his own confidence slipping as the weeks wore on. By midsummer, some among them had already given up planting altogether, convinced nothing would grow here. They foraged along the marshes, dug for shellfish, and stretched their rations thinner and thinner. But no matter how hard they worked, the stores kept dwindling. Each barrel of meal emptied faster than the last. There were nights when the wind would rise and whistle through the trees, carrying with it strange calls and the smell of distant fires. Around their own hearths, the settlers spoke in hushed tones of what lay beyond the island. Other tribes, other dangers. Some wondered aloud if it would be wiser to try their luck inland, to strike out and find better ground before they all starved. But most clung to the promise of England. Supplies would come, they told themselves. They had to. And still, no ships appeared. On one weary evening, as the sun sank behind the forest, John White stood at the edge of camp and watched the sky darken over the water. He could see the doubt in his people's faces, hear it in hushed conversations. The settlement had begun as a bold dream. Now, he feared, it was unraveling faster than he could hold it together. By the end of summer, the colony was holding together by little more than determination. Each morning, the settlers rose and went about their tasks, though their movements had grown slower, their faces thinner. The gardens gave only meager handfuls. The hunting parties returned empty-handed more often than not, yet they carried on. Somehow, they patched the roofs of their homes when storms tore through. They stood watch at the palisade when distant fires glowed beyond the trees. The children still played, though less boisterously now, their games quieted by hunger. Among the women, there were whispers of how pale and weak the youngest had become. Among the men, there were darker mutterings, that they'd been abandoned, that England had forgotten them. Every evening, John White made his rounds, speaking with families, checking stores, listening to complaints. He reminded them of the ships that must surely be on their way, of how much they'd already endured to make this foothold in the new world. Yet in the dark of his own small quarters, he wrestled with the same gnawing doubts. The supplies they'd brought from England were nearly gone. The land was not providing what they'd hoped, and the Krakatoan, though still not openly hostile, had grown more distant by the week. In September, one of the men approached him at dusk, voice low, and asked the question many had already been thinking. How much longer could they wait? If no help arrived, how much longer could they survive? White said nothing at first. He stood at the edge of camp, looking east over the darkening sea, and let the wind carry away his thoughts. Then he gave the only answer he could. They would wait as long as they must. But that night, as he lay awake, he knew the truth. Waiting much longer would mean watching his people starve. There was only one course left. He would have to sail back himself, plead with the court for more ships, more provisions, more men to reinforce the colony before it collapsed entirely. It was a bitter decision. To leave now, knowing how much the settlers already feared abandonment, was to risk breaking their spirits entirely. Yet to stay, with nothing left to give them, would seal their fate, all the same. The next morning, he gathered the settlers and explained what must be done. They listened in tense silence, some with downcast eyes, others glaring in silent accusation. His own daughter stood apart, her infant in her arms, her face unreadable. By the day's end, the decision was made. John White would leave on the next fair tide, carrying with him the hopes of more than 100 souls who had staked everything on this place. He promised them he would return quickly, before the next planting season, before winter could claim them. On the morning he departed, the colonists lined the shore to watch the sails catch the wind and fade into the distance. The last sound of England faded with them, leaving only the hush of the reeds and the endless reach of the forest behind. The morning of his departure was heavy with a strange stillness. The air clung damp and warm as John White made his way to the waiting boat. The settlers gathered along the shoreline to watch him go. The tide was just beginning to turn, the water rippling with the faint breath of wind that would carry him back to England. He had spent his last hours walking the settlement one final time. The walls of the fort stood straight, but weather-worn, the homes inside already beginning to sag. The fields beyond were thin and patchy, the soil exhausted before it had even been tamed. Everywhere he looked, he saw his people, his daughter, holding her infant, offering him a faint, resigned smile. The men who still stood guard at the palisade, their faces drawn, but watchful. The women who swept the thresholds of homes, as though tidiness could keep despair at bay. It was not in his nature to abandon them, yet the choice was no longer his to make. They needed food. They needed weapons, seed, more hands to work the fields and hold the line. And only he could plead their case before the court. He tried to meet every eye on that shore as he climbed into the boat. He promised again he would return swiftly, within the year, before the next winter could strip the land bare. The small craft pushed off, the water slapping softly against its hull. From the deck of the waiting ship, he could see the line of settlers standing on the sand, growing smaller and smaller as the sail filled and the island receded behind him. Even after they were nothing more than shapes in the distance, he could feel their gaze following him eastward. The journey back was far from swift. The English Channel was thick with Spanish ships and privateers, the war between the two nations heating to a fever pitch. The Queen's Navy had commandeered vessels for defense of the realm, and those that remained sailed under threat of capture, or worse. At every port he begged for passage, and at every port he was turned away or delayed. Weeks became months, months bled into years. Each passing season weighed on him like a stone. Letters home told him of victories at sea, of raids against the Armada, of England's growing power, but no word of Roanoke, no mention of relief ships being sent. His appeals to Raleigh and the court were heard with polite indifference. Their attention was fixed on the war, not on a struggling colony in some far-off wilderness. By the time he finally secured passage to return, 3 long years had passed. He stood at the rail as the ship once more crossed the Atlantic, his eyes fixed westward, haunted by the thought of what he might find waiting for him. The winds carried him toward Roanoke at last, but they carried with them no reassurance, only questions, only the growing sense that the people he had left behind might no longer be there to welcome him home. Back on Roanoke, the settlers were left to endure the long stretch of months that became years, watching the seasons turn and the horizon remain empty. The sails they had hoped to see by the autumn never came. By winter, the winds grew colder and sharper, bending the trees and stirring the marshes into grey stillness. The settlement clung to life, but it was a fragile, fraying thing. They likely continued with their routines, for lack of any other choice, repairing the palisades, hunting what little they could, patrolling the perimeter, the women tending fires, boiling what roots and scraps were left, and caring for the weak and sick, children growing thin and solemn, their laughter fading into stillness. Over time, it's likely food became their only thought. Perhaps they gathered mussels from the marshes, dug for clams, snared small birds, or stripped bark from trees when nothing else remained. Some of the Krakatoan people may have continued to visit, but most tribes seemed to keep their distance. There were rumors, perhaps, of raids farther inland, or settlers who wandered too far and didn't return. Whispers may have begun to spread through the camp, talk of leaving Roanoke behind and heading into the forests to find more fertile ground. Others might have warned that abandoning the fort was too dangerous, that their best chance was to stay put and wait it out. As a second winter approached, it's likely a kind of resignation set in. Those who remained may have told themselves They only had to endure a little longer. That help would come, that they had not been forgotten. But as seasons turned into years, it's likely their hope all but vanished. In the end, if they did survive, it may not have been because they were rescued, but because they chose to disappear. When at last John White secured passage and crossed the Atlantic again, the journey was mercifully swift compared to his first return. The ship cut through late summer waters, and the winds carried him westward. Yet as he neared Roanoke, an uneasy feeling grew in him. The closer he came, the more he wondered what, or who, he might find waiting. The first signs came before he even reached the island. As the ship anchored off the outer banks, he could see faint columns of smoke curling from distant shorelines, thin and pale against the tree line. The crew peered through their scopes and pointed. There too, further inland, another smudge of grey rising into the sky. He came ashore at one of the smaller barrier islands and found the remains of a fire, still warm, though no one was there. Footprints marked the sand, but they trailed off into the marsh. A scrap of fabric, weathered and torn, clung to a branch, and yet no sign of his people. Over the next day, he moved along the coast, stopping at points where he thought the settlers might have moved. Again and again, he found evidence of life. A faint trail of trampled grass, a broken tool, embers beneath a thin layer of ash. Someone had been here, perhaps only days before. At night, camped on the beach, he and his small party thought they saw figures moving among the trees. Once, in the half-light of dawn, he glimpsed what looked like a child watching him from the edge of the forest. But when he called out, the figure melted into the undergrowth without a sound. There was still no outright hostility, no arrows in the sand, no signs of battle or blood. But the silence was heavier than he remembered, and the island seemed to hold its breath as he made his way toward the settlement proper. On the second evening, his men spotted carvings on a tree near the water's edge, letters scratched deep into the bark, though weathered by sun and rain. He leaned close and read them aloud. C-R-O. Further on, another. This time, the full word, Krakatoan, the name of the nearby island and of the friendly tribe who lived there, the same tribe who had once welcomed the English before relations soured. Hope flared in him, fragile but real. Perhaps they had not perished after all. Perhaps they had simply moved on, to live among the Krakatoan and wait for his return. But no boats were sent to investigate. A storm was gathering, and the captain refused to linger. The carving was the only sign, and without a search, it raised just as many questions as it answered. With that thought in his heart, he pressed on toward the settlement, expecting, or perhaps only hoping, that his colony still stood. By the time John White and his men reached the fort at Roanoke, the sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The path into the settlement was overgrown now, choked with weeds and brush, and the gate stood ajar, one hinge sagging. He paused just outside the palisade, taking in the eerie stillness of the place. There was no laughter of children, no smoke curling from chimneys, no sounds of life at all. The homes still stood in their neat rows, though weathered and worn by wind and rain. Doors swung open. Roofs had begun to sag. The fields beyond were empty, nothing left but brittle stalks and dry earth. Inside the fort, he walked slowly through the familiar lanes, past the church and the shallow well. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no toppled walls, no scattered belongings. It was as though the settlers had simply laid down their tools one day and walked away. He examined the walls more closely and found what he had seen carved into the trees along the way, cut deep into the timber of the gatepost. Krakatoan. There was no cross or distress symbol beside it, no plea for help, no sign that the colony had been forced. The message seemed deliberate, almost calm, and it was the only clue they left behind. He walked among the houses, peering into darkened doorways. Beds still stood in place, though stripped of blankets. A few empty barrels lay on their sides. The gardens had long since gone to seed. Even the graves at the edge of the fort were undisturbed, marked with their simple stones. That night, he sat by the shore and tried to make sense of what he had seen. His own daughter, his granddaughter, they were gone, along with all the others. Taken where? To Krakatoan Island, as the carvings seemed to suggest, or deeper inland, away from the endless hunger and fear that had haunted them here. The next morning, strong winds rose suddenly from the sea, lashing the coast and forcing his ship to pull anchor before they could search further. Against his wishes, the captain refused to risk his crew and vessel any longer. Roanoke, and whatever remained of its settlers, slipped from view as the ship tacked eastward, the island receding into the mist behind them. He left with no answers, only that single, haunting word carved into wood, and the memory of a settlement abandoned yet strangely intact. For centuries since, the mystery of that empty village has endured, as stubborn and inscrutable as the day he found it. In the years that followed John White's return to England, the fate of the Roanoke colonists became the subject of endless speculation. The empty village and its cryptic message left behind no clear answers, only possibilities, and over time, each theory took on a life of its own. Some believed the settlers had simply moved to nearby Krakatoan Island, joining the tribe whose name they had carved. The Krakatoan were known to be more friendly than the inland Sekatan, and there were later accounts of fair-haired children living among native villages along the Carolina coast. Tools and pottery of European origin were even found at some of these sites, fueling the belief that at least a few survivors may have found refuge there. Others held darker suspicions. Tensions with some tribes had run high, and it's possible the settlers were ambushed, scattered, or killed outright. Yet no signs of violence were ever discovered at Roanoke, and no tales of a massacre surfaced from the local tribes. Another theory imagined them succumbing to the land itself. Hunger, disease, and exposure could have claimed them one by one, their bodies buried in unmarked graves or lost to the marshes. The thought of more than 100 souls fading this way, unseen, unremembered, gave the mystery a tragic weight. Some even suggested that, in desperation, the settlers attempted to sail back to England in a makeshift vessel, only to be lost at sea. No wreckage was ever found, but such a venture would not have been beyond their reach. Over the centuries, each explanation has been examined and debated, but none can be proved beyond doubt. Archaeologists continue to uncover fragments of evidence here and there, shards of pottery, a rusted blade, beads buried deep in the earth. Yet the larger story remains elusive. What is certain is that the settlers' disappearance cast a long shadow over England's colonial ambitions. The failure of Roanoke haunted those who followed, a stark reminder of how fragile a foothold in this new world could be. And so the question remains, passed down from one generation to the next. Did they perish in despair? Or did they somehow endure, slipping into the forests and becoming part of the land itself? Even now, standing among the pines on Roanoke Island, one might feel it, that faint sense of something unresolved, just beyond reach. Decades passed, and still no certain trace of the Roanoke colonists was ever found. The story settled into legend. Then, in 1937, a strange stone was brought to light. Discovered by a tourist in a Carolina field, the slab bore a long inscription, said to be written by Eleanor Dare, John White's daughter. In it, she claimed that the settlers had fled inland, suffered attacks and illness, and that she alone had survived to leave this message for her father. The discovery sent a ripple of excitement through historians and the public alike. At last, perhaps, the mystery would be solved. Over the next 2 years, more than 40 similar stones surfaced across the Carolinas and into Georgia, each telling more of the harrowing tale. How the colonists struggled, how most perished, how Eleanor carried their story forward as best she could. For a time, the stones were celebrated as a remarkable archaeological find, a window into a lost chapter of history. But questions soon arose. The lettering was too modern, the language inconsistent. Scholars began to doubt, and as more stones emerged from more unlikely places, the whole affair began to look less like a miracle and more like a hoax. By the 1940s, most experts had dismissed the so-called Dare stones as a fraud, likely dreamed up for profit during the Depression. They were quietly removed from display, packed away into museum storage. Yet even now, there are some who wonder if one among them, perhaps the very first, might still be genuine, a single authentic voice lost amid the noise of forgery. The stones, real or not, have become part of the larger story. They speak to our need to explain, to close the gap between what we know and what we fear we may never know. On Roanoke Island today, the woods have grown thick again, and the marshes creep back toward the old fort. The graves remain, their stones worn smooth by wind and time. And though no one can say for certain what became of those settlers, their story endures, a reminder of what it means to risk everything, to stand on the edge of the world and take that first, fragile step into the unknown. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the infamous and formidable Oregon Trail, a narrow line of wagon ruts stretching 2,000 miles into the unknown, where the promise of a new beginning was shadowed at every turn by danger, doubt, and the austere beauty of an untamed frontier. Drawn by the lure of rich farmland, the promise of gentler skies beyond the mountains, and the chance to claim something all their own, these hopeful dreamers followed the Oregon Trail through endless plains, boiling deserts, and frozen peaks. They crossed rivers that swallowed wagons whole, prairies swept by ceaseless winds, and forests that whispered of both refuge and peril. By day, the trail shimmered under a punishing sun. By night, it unspooled beneath a sky thick with stars. Campfires glowed against the darkness, casting long, watchful shadows across the plains, while the distant cry of wolves trailed the wagon trains from camp to camp. Every mile brought a choice: to press on or turn back, to cling to the dream or let it go. And yet they came, dozens at first, then by the thousands, some seeking land to call their own, some fleeing what lay behind them. Along the way, they wrote their stories into the dust, tales of triumph and tragedy, leaving no monument, only memory. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in the footsteps of intrepid trailblazers, determined pioneers, and cunning opportunists. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey slowly into the long, restless silence of the Oregon Trail. In the spring of 1804, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark set their sights on a horizon no American had yet dared to cross. Commissioned by President Jefferson to chart a route through the unclaimed western lands to the Pacific Ocean, their mission was as much about survival as it was discovery. They called themselves the Cause of Discovery, a modest name for such an audacious undertaking. Nearly 4 men gathered on the banks of the Missouri River. From the very first miles, the river showed its teeth. Heavy rains swelled the waters and made footing treacherous. Mosquitoes rose in thick clouds, tormenting both man and beast. Each bend of the river revealed another challenge: submerged snags, steep muddy banks, shifting sandbars. The men were soaked through day after day, their hands blistered from oars and ropes, their muscles aching from endless toil. Even so, night after night, they pressed onward. The promise of uncharted lands and the weight of the president's charge kept them moving. Beyond the familiar prairies, the terrain grew rougher. Herds of bison thundered across open plains, their presence both a marvel and a reminder of the untamed wilderness they faced. Encounters with native tribes brought moments of tense silence and cautious diplomacy. There was no guarantee these meetings would end in peace, but Clark's maps began to fill with names, landmarks, and the delicate threads of relationships that would help guide them west. As the seasons turned, the journey took its toll. Provisions spoiled, game became scarce, and frost crept into the air. Men fell ill, and one, Sergeant Charles Floyd, died of what they believed was a ruptured appendix, the first and only fatality of the expedition. His burial mound rose above the river, a stark reminder of what each of them risked with every mile. At last, they reached the Rocky Mountains, their snow-capped peaks looming like a wall against the western sky. The sight was both magnificent and daunting. The Missouri, their lifeline until now, splintered into tributaries and then into nothing but rushing streams. It would take everything they had, and the help of Sacagawea, a young Shoshone woman who joined them with her infant son, to find a way through the passes and down to the Columbia River. When they stood on the edge of the Pacific, waves crashing against black rock and gray sand, they did not shout for joy. There was no grand celebration, just relief, a few tears, and the steady scratch of pens in their journals, capturing the sight for those who would one day follow. The map was no longer blank, but the road home still stretched long before them. The way home from the Pacific coast was no less punishing than the trek west. With their mission complete, Lewis and Clark turned their battered party eastward in the spring of 1806, their canoes slicing back through the swollen Columbia. Yet even as they retraced their steps, the work of discovery was far from finished. Every day they stopped to measure, to observe, and to record, the men filling page after page with notes on the rivers, the wildlife, and the people they encountered. Their maps began to take shape, the once blank spaces of the continent now stitched together with rivers, mountains, and the faint suggestion of a path. Spring rains made travel miserable. The party slogged through mud, their clothes rotting on their backs, their boots worn through. Spirits frayed as hunting proved difficult and rations dwindled. At one point, Clark wrote grimly of living for days on roots and dried fish, his men growing weaker. But still, they continued on, driven by duty and by the knowledge that what they carried home would change everything. Their journals were more than words. They were proof that the land beyond the Mississippi was real and reachable. At every turn, they found themselves reminded of the fragility of their success. Horses were stolen in the night. Sudden snow squalls forced them to take shelter in makeshift camps. Lewis himself was shot accidentally in the hip by one of his own men and nearly bled to death before they could tend the wound. The journey became a test of patience as much as strength, each day a fresh reminder of just how easily one misstep could undo them all. And yet, even as hardship weighed on them, moments of wonder still broke through. They marveled at vast herds of elk grazing in open meadows, at waterfalls crashing hundreds of feet into spray, at the way the dawn light spilled across the plains they had once crossed in fear. To their surprise, many native tribes welcomed them back with generosity and curiosity, offering food and guidance. Bonds of trust, fragile though they were, had begun to grow. When they eventually floated into St. Louis in late September, they were met with disbelief. Crowds gathered on the riverbank to watch their battered canoes glide in, cheering the men as heroes. After 2.5 years, more than 8,000 miles, and countless brushes with disaster, they had not only returned alive, but brought back the most detailed vision yet of what lay beyond. The dream of the West, once little more than myth, now had a shape, a map drawn in ink and blood, waiting for others to follow. Soon, wagon wheels would begin to cut that map into the earth itself, one cautious family at a time, setting out along the faint lines Lewis and Clark had traced toward the horizon. In the summer of 1836, a small wagon party left Missouri with an ambition that would seem almost foolhardy by the standards of the day. Among them were Marcus Whitman and his young wife, Narcissa, a pair of determined pioneers with a vision that stretched far beyond their own lives. They were bound not merely for land or fortune, but for a mission to establish a settlement among the Cayuse people of the far west, and perhaps even more audaciously, to prove to the world that women too could make the journey. The Whitman's wagon creaked westward across endless grasslands, pulled by patient oxen and followed by a handful of others who dared the same gamble. The sun beat down on the prairie, and dust hung in the air for miles behind them. Narcissa wrote in her journal of walking mile after mile beside the wagon, her skirts heavy with grit and sweat, but her resolve unshaken. She would later recall watching the sunrise over the plains, writing that she had never seen a sky so vast, or felt so far from everything she knew. It was a hard road. Wheels broke and had to be mended in the dust. Food spoiled or was lost to rivers too deep to ford. Some nights brought storms so fierce they flattened tents and scattered possessions across the prairie. But Narcissa's presence itself was revolutionary, her endurance proving to others who saw her that this was no longer just a trail for trappers and soldiers. Families could make their way too. Children could grow up at its end. Weeks stretched into months as the party wound into the foothills and then climbed into the mountains. The air turned sharp and thin, and every pass felt steeper than the last. Still, Narcissa walked on, writing of flowers she saw even in the highest meadows, and of her determination to carry her faith westward. When at last they descended into the valleys beyond the Blue Mountains, she became one of the first white women to cross into what would become Oregon country. At Waylatpo, in the land of the Cayuse, Marcus and Narcissa built their mission, a modest cluster of buildings meant to be both home and haven. It was a fragile outpost of a fragile dream. The soil was rocky, the winters biting, and the tensions with the Cayuse, who watched these newcomers with suspicion, were already growing. But for now, the Whitmans had shown what few dared to believe, that families could cross the breadth of a continent, and that this path though merciless, could be endured by more than just the strong and the wild. The mission at Wailatpo stood as a lonely outpost on the edge of two worlds, a fragile bridge between the settlers who arrived full of faith and ambition, and the Cayuse people who had called this land home for generations. Marcus and Narcissa Whitman poured their energy into building more than just walls and roofs. They planted gardens, taught lessons, tended the sick, and held services. To them, the mission was a light in the wilderness. But to many of the Cayuse, it was an intrusion, a steady encroachment on their way of life. At first, there was a kind of wary cooperation. Cayuse children came to the mission school. Men traded horses and game for tools and cloth, and the two groups shared meals around campfires. But beneath it all, unease simmered. The Whitmans' ways were strange, their religion foreign, their customs rigid, their presence increasingly permanent. As more settlers arrived in the valley, bringing their wagons, their fences, and their herds of livestock, the balance began to tilt. The winters were hard in Wailatpo. Bitter winds swept down from the Blue Mountains, rattling the thin walls of the mission. Marcus worked himself to exhaustion, tending to settlers and tribespeople alike, his medical supplies often running low. Narcissa grew increasingly withdrawn, writing less in her journal, her words more subdued. The joy she had once found in flowers and sunrise gave way to a constant weariness. Then came the sickness. Measles swept through the valley in waves, striking the Cayuse especially hard. Children grew feverish and weak. Elders wasted away. The mission's small infirmary overflowed. Marcus did what he could, but his medicines failed to stem the tide. To the Cayuse, it seemed the white man's presence had brought death to their people. Whispers of anger and betrayal spread from camp to camp. That winter of 1847, the tension finally broke. A group of Cayuse men, convinced the Whitmans had cursed them, descended on the mission. In the space of a single day, the work of years was undone. Marcus and Narcissa were killed, along with several others, and the mission was left in ashes. The Cayuse War followed, years of bloodshed sparked by a moment of violence, born from fear and mistrust. The story of the Whitmans became another cautionary tale, a reminder that the West was not simply a canvas to be painted, but a land already rich with its own stories, its own people, and quiet warnings for all who came seeking to make it their own. Still, the wagons kept coming, each new train of settlers believing they might fare better, even as whispers of hardship and loss gathered like storm clouds ahead. By the early 1840s, the trickle of wagons heading west had begun to swell. In the spring of 1843, what became known as the Great Migration saw nearly 1,000 settlers gather on the banks of the Missouri River, their wagons lined up in neat rows. This was no longer a lonely road for trappers and missionaries. This was a river of humanity, flowing westward, carrying whole families, their belongings, their hopes, and their fears toward a new life. They set out together, forming a single long caravan that stretched for miles. The air was thick with dust, the mornings alive with the clatter of harnesses and the shouts of drivers urging animals onward. At night, wagons circled into a great ring, fires dotting the prairie as children played at the edges and parents quietly worried over maps and dwindling supplies. Some families sang hymns to keep their spirits up. Others sat silently, staring at the flames, already worn thin by the weight of the journey still ahead. Time brought new challenges in numbers. When the river rose too high to ford, dozens of wagons lined the banks, waiting their turn to cross, often watching helplessly as neighbors lost oxen or possessions to the currents. The narrow passes of the Blue Mountains brought delays as wagons jammed the rocky paths. Tempers sometimes flared, disputes over grazing, over the pace of the caravan, even over who had the right to camp where. Yet the sheer size of the group also brought safety, strength in numbers against the uncertainty that lay ahead. There was comfort in knowing others faced the same hardships, and sometimes a stranger's helping hand made the difference between pressing on and giving up. Disease, too, traveled with them. Cholera broke out in one train, spreading through camps with deadly efficiency, taking lives before families had even reached the halfway point. Children were buried by the roadside in hastily dug graves, marked with simple wooden crosses or a pile of stones. Some mornings began with the sound of a hammer driving a final nail into a coffin. For each of them, there was a silent lesson. No amount of preparation or faith could fully shield you from the whims of this land. But for every loss, others kept walking, eyes fixed westward, carrying the memory of those they left behind. The elements punished them daily. Rains turned the trail into sucking mud. Winds scoured faces raw and lifted entire tents into the air. Summer sun baked the plains until water barrels ran low and animals collapsed in their traces. The prairie seemed endless at times, stretching so far ahead it was easy to lose hope. But even in the bleakest moments, there were glimpses of beauty, wildflowers that brightened the grasslands, herds of antelope cresting distant ridges, and the comfort of a starry sky that reminded them they were still moving forward. Still, they pressed on. Every morning, the great caravan creaked back to life, wheels turning, oxen straining against the harness, drivers calling out to one another. Each mile carried them farther from everything they had known and closer to something they could only imagine. And as they descended into the green valleys of the West at last, many believed that the long ordeal had been worth it, that the Oregon Trail, for all it took, gave them the chance to begin again. In the spring of 1846, a group of families gathered near Independence, Missouri, eager to make the way west before winter. Among them were George and Jacob Donner, along with James Reed and their families, well off and determined to claim new land in California. They set out with wagons newly built and oxen freshly shod, convinced that careful planning and resolve would see them through. For weeks, they followed the established route in good spirits, their progress steady. As they reached Fort Bridger in present-day Wyoming, a man's name began to ripple through campfire conversations: Lansford Hastings. His guidebook promised a shortcut through the Wasatch Mountains and across the salt flats of Utah, shaving precious weeks from the journey. Time was already pressing as summer slipped by, and the thought of beating winter's snow was too tempting to ignore. Hastings himself had left notes along the route, urging travelers to take his route, claiming it was faster and more direct. Despite warnings from others, the Donners and Reeds decided to follow Hastings' advice. The so-called Hastings Cutoff proved far worse than they could have imagined. The route through the Wasatch Mountains was steep and choked with dense brush, forcing them to cut their way through by hand. Days were lost as wagons overturned and animals exhausted themselves, pulling through treacherous passes. By the time they emerged into the Utah desert, supplies were already dwindling and tempers beginning to fray. The salt flats stretched out like a white sea under the blistering sun. Wagons sank into the crust, animals collapsed from thirst, and the party trudged on, their shoes ruined and lips cracked from the heat. Weeks of delays turned into despair as the shortcut cost them valuable time rather than saving it. At every stop, they counted the days left before snow would begin to fall in the Sierra Nevada, the final barrier to California. Tensions mounted within the group. Arguments flared over who was to blame, over how much food to ration, over whether to turn back. At one point, James Reed killed another man in a quarrel and was banished from the group, forced to ride ahead on his own. The wagons limped forward through Nevada, each mile heavier than the last, until at last they began their climb into the Sierra in late October, weeks behind schedule. The first snowstorm came sooner than anyone expected. Snow fell thick and heavy, blanketing the road and burying it from sight. The wagons stalled near Truckee Lake, unable to move forward or back. As more storms swept through, they built crude cabins and lean-tos and settled in to wait for rescue. But food supplies ran out quickly, and the bitter cold began to take its toll. The dream of California faded with each passing day, replaced by a grim fight simply to stay alive. Even then, some still clung to hope, watching the ridgelines for signs of help. But they could not have known yet how dark that winter would become, nor how high a price they would pay for believing in a shortcut through a land that was never meant to be easy. As November deepened, the Sierra Nevada trapped the Donner Party in a relentless, white stillness. The snow kept falling, week after week, until drifts rose higher than the wagons themselves. The families huddled in their makeshift shelters, 2 cabins and a few lean-tos, while the wind howled through the trees. Fires burned low as wood became scarce, and every scrap of food was rationed with shaking hands. At first, they survived on what little remained of their provisions: dried beans, flour, and strips of bacon. Then oxen were slaughtered one by one, their hides boiled into a kind of gluey soup. When even the last scraps of meat were gone, the children grew quiet, too weak to play, and the adults' faces hardened into grim masks of endurance. Blame hung in the air. Many whispered the name of Lansford Hastings. His shortcut had lured them into this fate. But there was no undoing the choice now. Arguments flared, then died as energy waned. A handful of men and women decided there was no other way but forward. They bound pieces of oxhide to their feet as makeshift snowshoes and set out over the drifts, hoping to reach settlements in California and bring back help. They became known as the Forlorn Hope. The snowshoe party staggered through the mountains for days, battling frostbite, exhaustion, and starvation. One by one they fell behind, their bodies claimed by the snow. Those who survived stumbled into a ranch weeks later, nearly unrecognizable, their story sending shockwaves through the valleys below. A rescue party was quickly organized to reach those still stranded. Back at Truckee Lake, the families endured the unendurable. Wood ran out. The last oxhide strips were scraped from the roofs and chewed for sustenance. When even that was gone, some resorted to the darkest choice of all, taking flesh from those who had already perished, just enough to keep the living from joining them. No one spoke of it aloud, but all understood. When the first rescuers arrived in February, they were met by gaunt figures barely able to stand. Children clung to their mothers, hollow-eyed but alive. Others did not come out of the cabins at all. In all, nearly half of the Donner Party perished in the mountains, victims of poor judgment, cruel weather, and the false promise of a shortcut through an unforgiving land. As the survivors descended into California that spring, they left behind a campsite littered with broken wagons, bleached bones, and memories they could never escape. The trail had claimed its due, and the story of the Donners became a whispered warning to all who followed after. Not all dreams of the West came true. Even after the ordeal of the Forlorn Hope and the first rescue party, the Sierra Nevada held tight to the rest of the Donner Party through March. The snowstorms kept coming, layers of white burying the cabins deeper with each passing week. Inside, the air was stale and heavy with smoke, and the survivors huddled close, conserving what little strength they had left. Each dawn felt indistinguishable from the last, a blur of hunger, cold, and despair. The second and third relief parties made their way through the mountains in brutal conditions, bringing supplies and guiding out those strong enough to travel. Yet each journey back left more behind, too frail to move, clinging to life in the half-dark cabins. One by one, the rescuers carried children out into the blinding snow, their limbs thin and eyes vacant. Behind them, the cries of those left behind echoed faintly through the trees. For those who remained, time became a strange, hollow thing. Days passed in a fog of wind and white light. The meager food brought by rescuers ran out quickly, and again the impossible choices returned. Bodies of the dead, now frozen, were divided among the living. It was not spoken of, but it was understood. They were beyond shame, beyond judgment, beyond anything but the need to see another sunrise. Those who did escape on later relief trips spoke of the silence that clung to the camp when they left. as though the mountains themselves had swallowed all hope. The final rescue party arrived in April, nearly 5 months after the first snow fell. They found only a handful of survivors, their faces pale and hollow, their movements slow and mechanical. Broken wagons and scattered belongings lay half buried outside, mute witnesses to a winter that had tested them beyond human limits. As the last of the survivors were led down into the foothills, spring was already breaking over California. Wildflowers dotted the valleys, and streams ran high with meltwater, as though mocking the misery left behind in the high passes. The party had started with nearly 90 souls. Less than half made it through alive. For years afterward, the story of their ordeal traveled up and down the trail, a cautionary tale of ambition turned to hubris, of lives lost to the cruel indifference of the wilderness. Even as the survivors settled into new lives, the memory of that winter lingered. They would carry it silently to their graves, the bitter taste of Hastings' false promise, the sound of snow on cabin roofs, and the weight of all they'd endured to see the sun rise again. And still, others would come, drawn by the same promises, only to find new hardships, and yet another guide whose confidence would lead them into ruin. The trail still had new ways to punish overconfidence. Snow had broken the Donners. Now the desert would test the next wagon train. Just a year before the Donner Party's fateful expedition, another group of emigrants set out across the plains, lured west by the promise of a quicker, easier route to Oregon. Their guide was Stephen Meek, a rugged mountain man who claimed to know a shortcut through Oregon's high desert. His reputation as a seasoned trapper inspired confidence. To weary settlers, eager to shave weeks off their journey, his words were hard to resist. The wagon train followed Meek north of the familiar trail, leaving the well-worn ruts behind and striking out into open country. At first, spirits were high. The prairie stretched golden before them, and the summer sun still carried warmth. But as days passed, the landscape grew harsher. The grass thinned to sagebrush and rock, and the soil turned dry and dusty beneath the wheels. It soon became clear that Meek's route was no shortcut. Water grew scarce. Springs marked on his mental map turned out to be dry. Wells of hope ran as empty as the desert basins they crossed. Oxen collapsed where they stood, their ribs showing through their hides. Mothers tried to soothe crying children as dust coated their throats and lips cracked in the dry wind. The sky above offered no shelter, only an endless expanse of heat by day and chill by night. Some began to question Meek openly. His confident demeanor faltered, and he started riding at a distance from the wagons, as though he could escape the accusations whispered behind him. The train slowed to a crawl, every mile harder than the last. Graves appeared by the roadside as illness and exhaustion claimed the weakest. Tempers flared. Fights broke out over the smallest of slights, over the dwindling supplies, over who would be allowed the last sips from a shrinking barrel of water. More than once, desperate families abandoned wagons, loading what they could onto their backs and pressing forward on foot. Even Meek himself began to look worn and defeated, the proud guide now just another lost traveler. When at last they stumbled into the Willamette Valley, weeks behind schedule, many had nothing left but the clothes on their backs and the memories of those they'd left behind in the desert. The route became known as Meek's Cutoff, and its name was spoken with bitterness in the years that followed. A quiet warning passed among those who would later dare make the trip. Ambition and overconfidence, the settlers learned, could be as deadly as snow or starvation. Meek, for his part, faded into history, but the path he left behind remained a scar across the desert, a lesson carved into the earth for those who chose to look. By the time the last great wagon trains rumbled westward in the late 1860s, the long road had become more than a line of ruts through grass and dust. It had become a story, written in hardship, in graves and triumphs, in the determination of thousands who dared to cross it. The trail was no longer simply a path. It was a testament to what ordinary people were willing to risk for the chance to begin again. As the railroad pressed westward, iron rails cutting the journey from months to mere days, the world changed, but the land itself remembered best. Long after the last wagons passed, the earth bore their traces, faint ruts etched deep into the prairie grass, stone cairns marking forgotten graves, and the remains of way stations where travelers once found a warm fire. Sometimes a lone wagon wheel, half buried, would turn up in the dirt, a reminder of the millions of steps that wore the trail into the earth. Even today, if you stand at certain places along its length, you can feel its presence. The horizon seems to pull you forward. The wind carries faint echoes of hooves and wheels, and weary voices calling to one another through the dusk. A reminder that the trail was never just a road, but a proving ground for the human spirit. Some found their dream waiting at the far edge of the mountains, acres of green valley to call their own. Others left their names behind on wooden markers, carried forward in the memories of those who walked on, and the trail holds them all. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leonardo da Vinci, a visionary painter and inventor whose boundless curiosity and imagination made him arguably the most prolific creative mind in history. Born in the gentle warmth of a Tuscan dawn in the mid-1400s, Da Vinci emerged into a world awakening to the boundless possibilities of human ambition. Neither noble nor humble, his origins were comfortably ordinary. Yet from this commonplace soil, an extraordinary mind blossomed. Defying labels, Leonardo was a painter, engineer, anatomist, and inventor who steadfastly refused to be confined to any discipline. His footsteps traced a path through the luminous yet treacherous landscape of Renaissance Italy, a land of opulence and peril, governed by dukes and kings whose demands for power and prestige shaped every chapter of his life. He painted the souls of his patrons with tender precision, fortified their cities, and devised intricate instruments of war whose elegance belied their lethal purpose. Leonardo crafted wondrous inventions centuries before their time: horseless carriages, flying machines, and most astonishing of all, a robotic knight animated by gears and levers, a mechanical marvel unmatched for generations. Yet despite his brilliance, Leonardo famously left many masterpieces unfinished, including a 70-ton bronze statue whose 24-foot-tall clay model was tragically shot to pieces by an invading army. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, let's follow Leonardo da Vinci through the bustling workshops of Florence to the glittering courts of Milan, and into the brilliance of a mind ever restless, ever dreaming. In the spring of 1452, among the rolling hills of Tuscany, a boy was born to a modest household. His father, a respected notary, and his mother, a peasant girl. He grew up in the countryside, which was alive with bird song, rivers and wind, gently blowing through the olive trees. From the start, he noticed things others missed. As a child, he would watch water ripple over stones, trace the curling veins of leaves, and quietly sketch the way clouds gathered before rain. His notebooks would one day hold thousands of pages of such observations. But here, in these early years, they lived only in his mind. Though born out of wedlock, the boy faced no hardship for it. His father acknowledged him, providing a comfortable home and arranging an education that suited his sharp mind. Teachers quickly saw his gift for drawing, and soon he was copying religious scenes with a steady hand. But even then, his gaze would wander beyond the canvas. A bird in flight, a wheel turning on a cart, a stream cutting its own path through earth. He seemed to see the hidden patterns behind everything. As he grew, his world expanded. He was sent to the bustling city of Florence, then one of the brightest centers of art and learning in Europe. Here, he apprenticed under a master painter and sculptor in a busy workshop. The boy from Vinci, as he was sometimes called, learned to grind pigments, stretch canvas, and carve wood. But what set him apart was his ability to observe, to look closer and longer than anyone else. When he painted, faces came alive. When he designed, machines seemed to almost work on paper alone. Even in those early days, his ambition stretched beyond the easel. He would linger by the Arno River, sketching bridges and imagining ways to harness its power. There was already a sense of restlessness in him, an urge to know more, see more, create more than the narrow world of commissions and church murals. By his teenage years, his master had begun letting him finish parts of larger works, trusting his keen eye and steady touch. In one painting, it said, he painted an angel with such delicacy and life that the master himself declared he could not improve upon it. Yet even then, the young artist looked uneasy at praise. He would slip back into his own thoughts, dreaming of things he hadn't yet built, scenes he hadn't yet painted, questions he hadn't yet answered. The boy from Vinci had found his footing in Florence, but his path would soon lead far beyond the walls of any workshop. The city of Florence in the late 15th century was a place alive with ambition. Its streets bustled with merchants and artisans, Its chapels glowed with frescoes, and its squares echoed with the hammering of stone and bronze. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, the young apprentice honed his craft in one of the city's most esteemed workshops. He shared benches with other pupils, learning to mix vivid pigments, carve delicate ornaments, and draw the human form with precision. But there was always something about him, an intensity in the way he worked, a habit of staring just a little longer, as if waiting for the world to give up its secrets. He became known for his astonishing drawings. He filled pages with studies of hands, eyes, and folds of fabric. Animals, too. He sketched cats mid-pounce, horses straining against harnesses, and birds in flight. Even the most ordinary objects were given new life under his gaze. Visitors to the workshop sometimes stopped to watch him at work, struck by the delicacy and confidence of his lines. Soon, his talent was impossible to ignore. His master began giving him more significant parts of commissions to complete. First, a landscape in the background of an altarpiece, then the intricate wings of an angel. On one famous occasion, he painted an angel with such grace and lightness that it made the figures around it seem clumsy by comparison. His master is said to have stepped back, shaken his head, and quietly conceded that the pupil had surpassed him. But even with praise, there was a restlessness that hung over him. After long hours in the workshop, he would wander the city streets and bridges, watching the swirl of people and water. He made notes of gears and pulleys in the markets, observed the flight of birds over the river, and sketched strange contraptions in the corners of his pages, ideas for things no one had asked him to build. He seemed equally fascinated by beauty and by mechanism, as though to understand how a thing worked was as important to him as how it appeared. In time, his reputation spread. Patrons began to notice his promise, whispering his name in the grand halls and chapels of Florence. Yet instead of settling comfortably into the life of a successful painter, he began to dream of what might lie beyond the city. Already, he imagined grander commissions, more complex projects, and the chance to test his designs on a larger stage. For now, though, Florence remained his home, a city of light and shadow, where his ideas began to take shape, while his determination grew sharper by the day. When Da Vinci finally left Florence, it was in response to a letter offering his services to the most powerful man in Milan. The Duke there ruled a city of gleaming stone and intricate intrigue, a place where art and war intertwined in equal measure. He needed men who could paint his triumphs, fortify his walls, and dazzle his guests with grand spectacles. The young Florentine presented himself not only as a painter, but as an engineer, designer, and visionary. And so he was welcomed into the Duke's court, and into a world as glittering as it was dangerous. Milan was larger, colder, and more calculating than Florence. Its narrow streets led to vast piazzas where soldiers drilled, merchants shouted, and the scent of iron hung in the air. The court was a theatre of wealth and power, and here the artist found himself cast in many roles. For hours each day, he painted portraits and religious scenes with a precision that left his patrons silent in admiration. His figures seemed to breathe. His Madonnas carried a humanity that set them apart from the stiff icons of the past. But his genius stretched far beyond the canvas. The Duke soon learned that his new servant could build machines. He designed bridges that could swing into place over rivers, siege engines of terrifying power, and theatrical devices that made plays come alive in a burst of smoke and moving scenery. He staged celebrations so elaborate they left guests wide-eyed and speechless. He was equal parts artist and magician, and the Duke relied on him more and more, especially as tensions with neighboring states mounted. It was here, in the cool stone rooms of the palace, that he began to keep the notebooks that would one day become his greatest legacy. Page after page, he filled them with designs and diagrams, a man's hand flexing, a bird mid-flight, a giant crossbow, a flying machine. What puzzled many was his script, written backwards, in a mirrored hand that flowed effortlessly from left to right. He never explained it, though those who knew him believed it was simply his way, more natural for his left hand and keeping the ink from smudging. But for all his success, there were whispers about him, that he took too long to finish, that he wandered from project to project. His patrons often grew impatient with his perfectionism, but his brilliance was too valuable to discard. Milan became his stage, his laboratory, and his home for many years. Here, under the watchful eye of the Duke, he pushed the boundaries of what an artist and an engineer could be, and he began to dream of creations the world had never seen before. Among the many wonders he devised during his years in Milan, one creation stood apart, a figure of metal and gears, dressed like a knight that could move as though it were alive. It was 1495 when he unveiled the contraption to the Duke and his courtiers. They gathered in a great hall, lit by torches, and watched as the armor-clad figure sat upright, raised one arm, then the other, and even turned its head with a slow, deliberate motion. Its jaw opened and closed, as though it might speak. No one in the room quite knew what to make of it. Some laughed, some applauded, and more than a few shifted uncomfortably at the sight of a human form controlled by nothing but cogs, pulleys, and weights. But the Duke was delighted. To him, it was a spectacle worthy of his court, another display of power and refinement to impress his guests and intimidate his rivals. For the inventor, however, the mechanical knight was much more than a party trick. It was the embodiment of an idea he had sketched in his notebooks for years, that human motion could be understood, copied, and even improved upon. The design was deceptively simple in appearance. Hidden beneath its armor, the mechanism was a marvel of engineering. Its movements were powered by a system of cranks and cables that mimicked the pull of tendons and the turn of joints. Even the fingers of its gauntlets could flex and curl. He never claimed the creation was meant for war, though many assumed it was a glimpse of what armies of the future might look like. For him, it was an experiment, one more way to explore the question that had haunted him since childhood. How does motion happen? And how might a human shape be given motion by something other than flesh and will? The mechanical knight returned to its corner after the evening spectacle, but its maker continued to refine the idea in private. In his pages, He sketched new designs for other automata, lions that walked, birds that flapped their wings, even carriages that moved without horses. The court soon turned its attention to other diversions, but in his mind, these machines lived on. To those who saw him at work in his chambers late at night, hunched over parchment and surrounded by tiny gears and wires, it seemed there was no line between art and engineering in his world. Both were ways of understanding life, and both demanded patience and precision. The night never spoke, of course, nor did it ever walk on its own. But in the quiet of his workshop, it stood as a promise, proof that what he imagined could, one day, become real. In the dark hours after the city settled into sleep, he would make his way to the hospitals and morgues. There, by the faint glow of oil lamps, he set to work on his most unsettling and remarkable study, the human body. He had long believed that to paint or build anything truly lifelike, one had to understand what lay beneath the surface. And so, with a surgeon's calm and an artist's eye, he began to dissect the dead. His notes tell of more than 30 human bodies carefully opened and examined, each revealing its own intricate map of muscles, tendons, and bones. At first, he concentrated on the obvious: arms, legs, the arch of a foot. But soon, his curiosity deepened. He sketched the spiraling fibers of a heart, the delicate fold of a lung, even a fetus nestled in its mother's womb. The work was not easy. Bodies were not always easy to come by, nor were the conditions pleasant. The cold stone tables, the still air heavy with the scent of linen and decay. These were not places most men lingered. Yet night after night, he returned. And when asked why, he simply replied that the secrets of life were worth knowing, no matter how grim the setting. Those who saw his drawings found them astonishing. Muscles coiled like ropes across pages. Veins and arteries branched like rivers through the contours of a human form. Even now, centuries later, these sketches are considered some of the most accurate anatomical studies ever made. But in his own time, his work earned little more than raised eyebrows. Few understood the value of what he was doing, and some dismissed it outright as morbid indulgence. In his notebooks, he left observations far ahead of his age. He described how the valves of the heart opened and closed because of swirling vortices of blood. No one believed him at the time, but that insight would be confirmed centuries later. The hospitals and morgues became, in a way, his second studio, a place not of sorrow, but of discovery. For him, each body was a kind of machine, beautifully constructed, full of mystery, and he treated his work with quiet reverence, recording every detail with the same care he gave to his most cherished paintings. By the time he set down his scalpel, he had created a record of humanity more complete than anything the world had ever seen, not to shock or to disturb, but to understand. Not long after his work in Milan came to an abrupt end, he returned to Florence, older now, but still restless. The city was locked in a bitter rivalry with Pisa, and the air was thick with schemes. It was here that he offered one of his most daring ideas yet, to bend the course of a river itself. The Arno wound its way through the Tuscan countryside like a vein of silver, feeding Florence and Pisa alike. If the water could be diverted, he argued, Pisa would be starved of its lifeblood, its mills silenced, its defenses weakened. What he proposed was nothing short of a feat of engineering on a scale no one had attempted before. A series of canals, dams, and channels to change the river's course entirely. On paper, the plan was magnificent. He drafted it in his usual mirrored script, with sweeping diagrams and precise measurements. It was elegant in its simplicity, yet grand in ambition, a chance not only to defeat an enemy, but to showcase what human ingenuity could do. Florence approved the idea, and work began. But nature, as he discovered, does not yield so easily. The project faltered almost immediately. The ground proved too soft in places, too stubborn in others. Heavy rains swelled the river and washed away the early work. Laborers grew frustrated. The city, growing impatient and weary of the mounting cost, began to doubt him. He watched as the effort collapsed around him, not in a single dramatic failure, but in a slow, weary erosion of confidence. In the end, the Arno stayed its course, gliding past the walls of Pisa, as it always had. The river had not turned, and Florence's hopes of crippling its rival faded. Yet he did not seem bitter. If anything, the experience only deepened his fascination with water, how it carved stone, how it carried life, how it obeyed and defied in equal measure. He filled pages with observations of eddies and whirlpools, drew designs for more dams and canals, and sketched out machines to lift water and move it through the air. For him, the failure was not final. It was simply another lesson, a reminder that the world itself was the greatest challenge of all, and that mastery, if it came at all, would only come with patience. The river had won this time, but in his mind, he kept drawing, kept dreaming of ways to change its path, long after others had forgotten. For all his brilliance, he carried a quiet reputation that troubled his patrons, a tendency to leave things unfinished. To many who paid him, it was a source of endless frustration. To him, it was simply the way his mind worked, always reaching beyond what a canvas, a wall, or even a lifetime could contain. One of his most famous commissions came soon after his return to Florence, a vast mural of a battle scene meant to commemorate a Florentine victory. It was to cover an entire hall, alive with charging horses and clashing soldiers. He threw himself into the planning. He sketched warriors with grim faces, studied the movements of riders and steeds, and experimented with new techniques for painting on plaster. But as the weeks turned into months, cracks appeared, not only in the wall, but in his patience. The pigments dried too quickly, the colors faded, and his perfectionism became a burden. He eventually walked away, leaving behind only a powerful sketch and a fragment of the mural itself. The unfinished work would later inspire other artists, but in his own lifetime, it was simply another promise left incomplete. This pattern had followed him for years. Even earlier in his career, a grand altarpiece for a church had been abandoned midway. His patrons complained that he was too easily distracted, that he took on more than he could finish. But those who knew him better understood. It was not distraction, but dissatisfaction. Each time he worked, he saw new ways to improve, a softer light, a truer gesture, a more perfect line, and he could not bear to settle for less. Of course, he did finish some things. His portraits, when he saw them through, were breathtaking. His sketches of anatomy, of flying machines, of waterways and fortifications were unmatched. But the deeper his understanding grew, the more he seemed to realize that perfection itself was always just beyond reach. Even his most celebrated painting, which he began during these years, would not be fully finished to his own satisfaction. He carried it with him wherever he went, adding a stroke here, softening a shadow there, never quite able to let it go. Those who criticized him for leaving things undone may have missed the point entirely. To him, each creation was part of a larger pursuit, a lifelong effort to capture the truth of the world, knowing full well that no single work could ever hold it all. And so, the battle mural faded, the altarpiece gathered dust, and the famous portrait remained ever so slightly in progress. As the years went on, his restlessness deepened. He moved from city to city, carrying his notebooks, his sketches, and the faint weariness of a man who had seen too many patrons come and go. The commissions still came. A chapel wall here, a fortification plan there, but his thoughts were increasingly elsewhere. He spent long hours by rivers and hillsides, watching birds wheel overhead, and imagining a day when a man might join them in the sky. Flight had fascinated him since his earliest days. Now, in his later years, it became an obsession. He filled pages with sketches of wings, gliders, and strange contraptions bristling with levers and pulleys. He watched kites rise against the wind and noted how swallows dipped and turned. In his mind, flight was not a fantasy. It was a problem to be solved. He even built prototypes, testing them in private. He designed a great screw-shaped device that he believed could lift itself into the air, and a set of wings large enough for a man to strap to his back. There are stories, though none confirmed, that he once persuaded a young assistant to try one of these machines, launching him from a hillside to see if the dream could hold. If true, the flight must have been brief, and the landing hard. The frustration showed in his notebooks. He scrawled reminders to himself to study the nature of wind, to test the strength of different materials, to watch birds more closely. He began to understand the limits of human strength compared to the weight of his machines. He was getting closer, but the final answer eluded him. Others began to notice his quiet withdrawal. In gatherings, he would sometimes sit apart, his hands folded, his eyes tracing the patterns of smoke or the flight of a passing gull. Some mistook it for melancholy, but those who knew him best understood it as a mind still working, still trying to see what no one else yet could. Despite his struggles, he never stopped drawing, never stopped imagining. His later sketches are full of fragile, beautiful designs, some impossible, some ahead of their time, all bearing the touch of a man unwilling to give up on the idea of soaring. Even as his own body grew older and his hands stiffened, he kept writing notes about vortices of air, lift and drag, and the balance of wings. He may not have flown in his own lifetime, but his vision carried far beyond it. And one day, centuries later, others would take to the skies on principles he first outlined by candlelight. In his final years, weary of Italy's shifting politics and growing rivalries, he accepted an invitation from the King of France. It was said the monarch admired his work deeply and wished only to have his company, a rare kind of patronage that asked little of him beyond his presence. And so he crossed the Alps, traveling slowly with his trusted assistants, his notebooks, and a handful of unfinished works. His new home was a manor house near the royal chateau, with stone walls, quiet gardens, and a gentle view of the French countryside. Here, he no longer had to prove himself, no longer rushed to finish what could not be finished. The king treated him as a guest of honor, visiting him often. Even now, he continued to work. He filled pages with designs for palaces and gardens, sketches of birds and rivers. He walked the grounds with his assistants, pointing out shapes in the clouds and drawing diagrams in the dust. Yet his health was beginning to fail. His right hand weakened. His movements grew slower. But his mind, by all accounts, stayed sharp. Visitors described him as gracious and thoughtful, still given to sudden flashes of energy when some new idea took hold. Those who came to see him often found him surrounded by papers arranged neatly into stacks, or gazing at the little portrait he kept close, his brush adding a faint line here or a softening of shadow there. Though his days grew shorter, he seemed at peace. Here, in this final chapter of his life, he was no longer caught between patrons or pressured by deadlines. He spoke freely with the king, walked the gardens in the morning light, and allowed himself to reflect on all he had tried to create. He died peacefully in that house, surrounded by his closest companions. Some say the king himself came to his bedside to pay his respects. His belongings, his manuscripts, his sketches, and his few finished works passed into the hands of those who had worked by his side. He left behind no great monument, no single masterpiece to define him. What he left instead was a body of work so rich, so full of questions and beauty, that it would take centuries to understand. And even now, the full measure of his genius still seems just out of reach, as though some part of him never quite stopped dreaming. After his passing, the world moved on, as it always does, but his notebooks and scattered works remained, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. Many of his ideas were so far ahead of their time that they were misunderstood, tucked away on dusty shelves, dismissed as curiosities. Yet over the centuries, as others pored over his papers, it became clear just how much he had glimpsed long before anyone else. His designs for bridges, canals, and fortifications showed an ingenuity that modern engineers still marvel at. His notes on water, on air, on the flight of birds, hinted at the physics of a world that was just beginning to be understood. Today, we know him as much for what he imagined as for what he completed. His paintings, though few, remain some of the most beloved in history, but his legacy is something larger and more elusive. It is the sum of his questions, his experiments, his determination to look closer, to see deeper, and to believe that understanding was always worth the effort. Even now, his life feels unfinished. His notebooks still speak of ideas that no one has fully explored. His art still invites us to stop and look, to notice the softness of a hand, the curve of a smile. His machines, his writings, his endless sketches, all seem to carry the same message. That wonder is not a thing to be found, but a thing to be made. And so, Da Vinci endures, not just in museums or history books, but in the restless minds of all who still look at the world and wonder how it works. His life reminds us that to dream is not foolish, and to try, even when the task seems impossible, is its own kind of triumph. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leif Erikson, the Norse explorer who sailed far beyond the edges of Viking maps, stepping firmly onto the American continent some 500 years before Columbus. Born in the icy fjords of 10th century Iceland, Leif was the son of Erik the Red, a name bound to exile, danger, and untamed ambition. But while his father carved out a settlement in Greenland's brutal wilderness, Leif pushed further to the west, guided by rumors of a wild land full of frightening beasts and shadow-like figures peering from misty forests. The journey put Erikson and his men to the test. The North Atlantic was cruel and unpredictable. One sudden gust, one hidden reef, and their ship could vanish beneath the waves. There were moments when the ice cracked beneath them, when the fog closed in so they could not tell sea from sky. But against all odds, what they found were rolling hills filled with novelties for these Nordic visitors, forests of pine, salmon-filled rivers, and most curious of all, twisted vines, heavy with wild grapes. And though Erikson never met the local people face to face, they did make one thing perfectly clear. This land was spoken for. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk alongside a man who answered the call of the unknown to sail far beyond the horizon. His story is one of courage, of steering by the stars, and of setting foot where none from his world had dared to stand before. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey across the vast ancient waters of the North Atlantic with Leif Erikson. The wind struck low along the fjord that morning, lifting the sea spray in long sheets against the rocks. The boy watched the edge of the world from a ridge above the water, already hardened by the cold. He was no stranger to punishment. His family had made their home on a vast barren land, snow-driven, wind-battered, and far from kings or comforts. It was a place coveted by no one. His father, Erik the Red, was exiled from Iceland after a series of deadly disputes, and before that, banished from Norway. Blood always seemed to follow the family, carried on sharp words and sharper steel. So he had sailed west and founded the first Norse settlement in what is now Greenland. Here, there were no neighbors to feud with, no rich meadows or proud halls, only stone, frost, and the hard rhythm of survival. Still, it was home. Their settlement clung to the edge of a long inlet where the sun could still touch the earth for part of the year. Sheep and cattle fed in narrow pastures. Hay was gathered obsessively, stacked in heaps for the starving months. The houses were built of turf and wood, their walls thick against winter's breath. Inside, firelight danced on carved beams. Outside, the cold waited. He was raised in this hard place, not among warriors, but farmers, herders, fishers who shaped their lives around the turning of the seasons. Yet stories still traveled here, passed from ship to ship, voice to voice, of trading voyages to Norway, of kings rising and falling in the south. And one story in particular, spoken with a flicker of disbelief, caught his attention. A merchant ship, driven off course by storm, had spotted land far to the west, wooded, warm even, with hills, rivers, and unfamiliar shores. The man who saw it never set foot there. He turned back, but he spoke of what he'd seen. A coast, heavy with trees. So many trees, he said, it could build 1,000 ships. For a people who lived where wood was scarce, that meant something. He asked his father about the tale. The old man snorted. You believe every fish story a sailor tells? But in his eyes was something else, something close to curiosity or worry. Over time, the boy grew into a man. He took to sailing, made his own way to Norway, and returned bearing not just timber and goods, but a new faith, a Christianity that his father scorned. It caused tension. The gods of Greenland were still the old ones, but he believed stubbornly that change was coming, and he intended to meet it. He did not forget the sailor's tale. Years passed, and the rumor grew heavier in his mind. There was land out there, maybe rich, maybe dangerous, maybe both, but real. And so, when he was ready, he gathered men and built a ship strong enough to reach beyond the horizon, not to raid, not to conquer, simply to see. The ship was narrow and long, built for speed and survival. 35 men joined him, men used to hunger and storms. They brought tools, ropes, food, and enough hope to carry them across an ocean. When they pushed off from Greenland's coast, there were no crowds, no cheering, just a few figures watching from the cliffs, wrapped in furs, fading into the distance. They rowed first until the wind caught them. Then they let the sails do the work, and as the last familiar ridge slipped beneath the horizon, the land that had raised them became a memory, and the sea, the vast, grey sea, waited to test them. The sea was never still. Even on days without wind, it shifted and breathed under the ship, lifting and lowering the hull like a living thing. The men kept busy, scraping ice from ropes, bailing water, adjusting the sail. But each task had a rhythm. Days blurred into each other, broken only by the occasional shout or the low creak of timber beneath their feet. The North Atlantic was no stranger to them, but this was further than most had dared to sail. South past the tip of Greenland, then west into nothingness. There were no waypoints, no known harbors, just stars and instinct. The wind turned cold and sharp. Frost clung to beards. One morning, they woke to find the ship crusted in a skin of ice, and a thin mist rising off the water. They kept sailing. At night, they shared food, mostly dried fish and barley, and spoke little. Some prayed under their breath to Christ. Others, when they thought no one was listening, muttered to the old gods instead. The sea didn't seem to mind which names were whispered into the dark. Then came the fog. Thick and sudden, it swallowed the horizon. The men moved deliberately, voices low. They could no longer see the sea around them, only the slick grey walls pressing close. Even the creaking of the ship seemed dampened, like sound had no space to go. One sailor tied a rope to his waist before walking just a few paces along the deck. That was how easily you could vanish. They took turns at the tiller, steering by feel and fragments of sun. At times, they thought they heard things, splashes in the distance, the rush of waves that didn't belong to them. Once, a shape loomed out of the fog and passed within arm's reach. A drifting iceberg, silent and pale as bone. The cold worsened, fingers numbed, salt burned their eyes. They saw no birds, no fish, just a grey world, endless and closing in. Then, without warning, the fog thinned. It peeled back like wool from a window, and suddenly they could see sky, blue, cold, open. The men raised their heads. The sea stretched out before them once more, rippling and steel grey. They took heart. Not long after, a gull appeared, then another. The men began watching the water with more urgency, pointing to floating driftwood, even patches of seaweed. These were signs. And then it came. A dark shape on the horizon, low, still, unmoving. The men gathered, squinting. It grew larger. Trees, hills, a coastline that rose gently from the water. They let the sail down slowly, approaching under oar. No shouts, no noise, just the soft dip of wood into water as the ship glided toward land none of them had ever seen before. They reached a shore lined with pebbles, and beyond it, forest. Tall trees, thick and unfamiliar, stretching deep inland. Not like the stunted brush of Greenland. These were real woods, the kind their ancestors had spoken of in old stories. Trees you could build with, trees that sheltered things. The men stepped onto land and stood in silence. The breeze moved through the branches, and something unseen stirred deeper in the forest. They had done it, crossed the ocean, found the rumored land. But as they looked into the trees, each man wondered to himself, were they alone? The first task was simple: build shelter, not for comfort, but for survival. The nights were growing longer, and though the air was milder than Greenland's, the chill still crept in with darkness. The men set to work quickly, choosing a flat stretch of ground near a bend in the coast where fresh water trickled down from the hills. They cut timber from the nearby trees, straight-trunked and tall, with thick bark and unfamiliar scents when split. Some groaned about the weight of the logs, others about the unfamiliar ground. But they worked with purpose. By the end of the first week, they had a longhouse half buried in turf, its walls strong against wind, its roof thick with grass. Smoke could rise from the hearth, and warmth lingered near the stone-lined pit. In the center, days took on rhythm, hunting, fishing, repairing tools, watching the woods. The rivers nearby were thick with salmon, some so large they could barely lift them from the water. The men salted what they couldn't eat, packing the fish into barrels. They gathered berries too, and what looked to be wild grapes, dark and sweet. None among them had seen such fruit in Greenland. Game moved through the trees, deer, birds, smaller creatures that darted between the shadows. Once, 2 men claimed to have spotted a great bull-like beast in the distance, its head heavy with antlers, its legs long and slow-moving. But no one saw it again. They spoke less as the days passed, not out of tension, but watchfulness. The forest was rich, yes, but it held a weight to it. It was too still sometimes. The men noticed how animals moved differently here, how birds would take flight all at once without reason. Now and then, they'd find signs, broken branches, markings in the earth, things that didn't quite fit the habits of animals. but no one said it aloud. At night, they posted sentries, not because anyone had seen people, but because the feeling grew stronger, that they were not the first to stand here, that someone or something was watching. One evening, as they sat by the fire, a low howl rose from the woods. Not a wolf, not quite. It faded quickly, but the men looked at one another in the firelight and didn't speak. Still, they stayed. They gathered more timber. Some began cutting down trees to bring back across the sea, for building back home. Others mapped the coastline, marking coves and inlets, testing the tides. They were explorers, yes, but also settlers, in their own small way. Winter came slower here. The earth didn't freeze so quickly. Snow fell in patches, rather than deep blankets, and yet the air felt heavier with each passing week. They repaired the ship and checked their stores. The plan was never to stay long. This was a place to test, to taste, to see, not to claim. And as the days shortened, the sense that the land was turning inward grew stronger. The trees no longer seemed still. They seemed waiting. They saw it first from the edge of the tree line, a shape moving along the far side of the beach, low to the ground, quick, then gone. One man pointed, said it was nothing. Another wasn't so sure. They'd seen deer before, but this didn't move like any deer. The days were colder now. Frost clung to the grasses in the morning, and the longhouse felt smaller, with the fire always lit. They took turns standing guard in pairs, watching the woods at dusk. The sense of being watched no longer came and went. It settled on them like a weight in the air. Once, returning from the river with their catch, 2 men found footprints in the mud, bare feet, smaller than their own. They called for the others. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the prints were washed away by the tide. No one had seen the ones who left them, but they were no longer wondering if they were alone. Still, they stayed. Leif was steady, careful not to let fear grow unchecked. They carried on as before, cutting wood, drying fish, marking the terrain, but their voices grew lower and their work quicker. Some wanted to leave, but no one said it aloud. They found a canoe one day, abandoned by the riverbank. Not a Norse design. It was narrow and smooth, made from wood and stretched hide, so light one man could lift it. Inside were a few stone tools, a length of cord, and what looked like a fishing spear. They left it untouched and walked back in silence. That night, the wind rose. It rattled the thatch on the roof, pressed against the walls. Then came a sound, low, rhythmic, and unfamiliar. Drumming, footfalls. The men stood still in the dark, listening. Nothing followed, just wind again. In the morning, the canoe was gone. Some began to carry axes wherever they went, even for water or firewood. A few kept their hands near the hilts of their sea axes, the small blades they wore at the belt. They hadn't come for war, but war, it seemed, might not ask permission. Then came the mark. Scratched into a tree near the edge of camp, 3 parallel lines, slanted, deeply carved. One of the younger men touched it, then stepped back quickly. It wasn't a Norse rune. It wasn't even a mark for navigation or land claim. It was something else. A warning, perhaps, or a message. That night, a voice cried out from the forest. Not words, just a single sound, high and sharp, and echoing between the trees. Then silence. The men slept lightly after that. Each branch that cracked made someone sit up. Each gust of wind felt like a footstep. Still, no one attacked. No arrows flew. No figures approached the longhouse. But they no longer felt like visitors. They felt like intruders. The decision came not with a vote, but a shared look between the men. They would not stay much longer. They had seen the land. It was rich and it was real, but it belonged to someone else. The air carried a new edge now, the kind that crept into joints and warned of deeper cold to come. The men moved with urgency, packing supplies into the longship, testing rope and sail. The timber they'd harvested was stacked and bound with care. It would be a gift to Greenland, proof that the land across the sea was no myth. They had stayed through a full season. They had seen the land's generosity, fish, game, sheltering trees, fruit unlike any known to them. They had also felt its warning. It was no place to settle, not yet, not with such a presence moving unseen through the trees. The final days were calm, even strangely still. No more shapes on the shoreline, no sounds in the night, as if the land itself had turned its face away, indifferent to their leaving, or satisfied. The longship pushed off just after dawn. The tide was with them, and the sea for once was kind. Mist rolled low along the water's surface, but the sky above was clear. They sailed north first, then westward, retracing the loose path they had taken to reach this place. Leif stood at the stern, one hand on the tiller, the other wrapped in furs. His eyes stayed fixed on the shrinking line of trees behind them. He didn't speak, but the set of his jaw told the men what they needed to know. He would remember this place for the rest of his life. The voyage home was long, but uneventful. The wind stayed steady. There were no storms, no ice to battle. It was as if the ocean had accepted their journey, now that it was ending. When at last Greenland came into view, low and white along the horizon, they didn't cheer. They simply let out breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Word of their return spread quickly. The logs were admired. The grapes, preserved in bundles, were passed from hand to hand with amazement. Children gathered to hear the tale. Elders asked for details. Where was this place? How far? How safe? He answered with care. The land was real, beautiful, full of promise, but not empty, not peaceful. He did not speak of the markings on the trees or the shapes in the woods, but his silence on those details carried its own weight. He never returned, but Leif's name endured, not as a conqueror nor a colonist, but as a pathfinder, a man who heard whispers of a far-off shore and followed them. He lived the rest of his life in Greenland, serving as a leader, tending to his people, and carrying in his memory the sight of tall forests rising from a foreign shore. It was Torvald who pressed forward after Leif's return. He had listened carefully to every account, every detail of the land, the rivers, the timber, the unease. But he saw opportunity. Where Leif had explored, Torvald intended to settle. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough to test the land's boundaries, to claim a piece of it. He used Leif's ship and brought a new crew, eager, strong, and hopeful. They followed the same route, using the stars and Leif's recollections to guide them, and reached Vinland without difficulty. The land remained unchanged, They returned to the settlement, finding the turf walls mostly intact, the roof partially sunken. They repaired it quickly and settled in with the confidence of men who believed they were ready for anything. For a time, all went well. They fished the rivers, they hunted inland, they explored the coast. Torvald took detailed notes, marking good harbors, stretches of flat land, places where the forest met the sea. Then, on a northern shore, they found something unexpected. 3 small skin-covered boats drawn up on the beach. No people, just the boats, pulled well above the tide, with tools and stones left nearby. The crew searched the area, but found no tracks. Still, they burned the boats, perhaps out of fear, perhaps as a warning. The next morning, they came. A group of local people emerged from the woods, smaller in stature than the Norse, armed with bows and slings. The clash was fast, chaotic. Arrows flew, stones whistled through the air. 2 Norsemen fell. The rest fled to the ship and pushed off quickly. Torvald was struck as they escaped. An arrow pierced his side beneath the arm. He said little, only that he needed to lie down. They brought him below deck, but it was clear the wound was deep. He asked to be buried there, on that land. They did as he asked, choosing a small rise overlooking the sea, and marked the spot with stones. The saga says they prayed, though what words they used is lost. Perhaps it was a Christian blessing, perhaps something older. After Torvald's death, the expedition lost its shape. The men stayed a little longer, unwilling to leave too soon, yet no longer sure what they were meant to do. They explored further inland. One man claimed to see a strange building, half covered in vines, but no one else saw it. Eventually, they gathered what supplies they could and made their way home. News of Torvald's death spread quickly. Leif received it without ceremony, only nodding once before returning to his work. The brothers had shared the same sea path, but now only one would grow old. From that point on, Vinland became a place of caution. Its richness was undeniable, but so was its resistance. The land was not empty, and those who lived there did not forget the burning boats. The dream of colonization dimmed. The stories grew softer, half believed. Maps left its coastline blank again. But in Leif's lifetime, and in the lifetimes of those who sailed with him, the memory held. Somewhere across the sea, beneath unfamiliar stars, his brother lay beneath a mound of stones. The years that followed Torvald's death saw fewer ships heading west. The whispers of Vinland still stirred imaginations in Greenland, but they came with shadows now. Not just tales of riches and rivers, but of unseen watchers, sudden arrows, and narrow escapes. Still, a few tried. One such voyage was led by a man named Thorstein, another of Erik the Red's sons. He set out to retrieve Torvald's body, though he never reached Vinland. His ship was caught in storms and driven off course. He died not long after returning to Greenland, and with him died the last strong push from the Erikson line. But others came, drawn by the hope of land. The most ambitious of them was a merchant named Thorfinn Karlsefni. Unlike Leif or Torvald, Thorfinn brought settlers, men, women, even livestock. He hoped not just to explore, but to establish a foothold, a true colony. He followed Leif's route and arrived at the same familiar shore, the forest still waiting, the rivers still full. They rebuilt the houses, cleared the land, and planted. For a while, it seemed possible. The climate was gentler. The soil gave back. Children were born, the first of Norse blood in this new land. One, a boy named Snorri, would be remembered as the first European child born in the Americas. But the tension returned. As before, it started with glimpses, shapes in the trees, canoes in the distance. Then came the traders, the native people, cautiously offering furs in exchange for milk or cloth. The Norse welcomed and trusted them at first, being curious about their customs. But trust is a fragile thing. One day, something changed. The sagas say a bull broke loose from the settlement and charged through the trees, bellowing. The sound startled the visiting natives, who fled in panic. They returned in greater numbers, armed this time. The attack came swiftly, stones hurled from slings, arrows whistling through the air. The settlers scrambled to defend themselves. A few were killed. Others escaped inland or took shelter behind logs and barrels. After a long and harrowing day, the natives withdrew. The Norse regrouped, counting the wounded, burying the dead. No one slept much that night. In the weeks that followed, fear settled in. Even the woods felt different, heavier, colder. The settlers built barricades. They stopped venturing far. Every creak of wood or crack of branch made hearts jump. They stayed one more winter. But by spring, it was clear. They would not hold this place. Not now. Perhaps not ever. They returned the way they had come, bringing with them children, timber, and stories. Stories of a land so promising, yet so unwilling to be claimed. And so, the longhouses emptied once more, left to the moss and the wind. The fire pits grew cold. Footsteps faded from the trails. The coast returned to stillness. Vinland had been touched, yes, but never taken. The name Vinland lingered in Greenland and Iceland like the aftertaste of a half-remembered dream. It had been real. Some had walked its shores, drunk from its rivers, buried kin in its soil. But time is a constant force, and even great journeys can fade when the wind shifts and winters grow harder. Back in Greenland, life returned to the familiar grind of tending sheep, scraping lichen from stone, and counting every coil of rope before the sea froze shut. The settlements were fragile. Supplies from Norway came less frequently. Timber remained scarce. People whispered about Vinland still, but fewer spoke of the figures in the trees or the stones that flew without warning. Leif said little in those years. He held no title of king, wore no crown, but people listened when he spoke. He lived as a leader should, calm, steady, eyes always on the horizon. When pressed about Vinland, he answered plainly, it was there. The land was good, but it was not theirs. He never made a second voyage. Whether it was the danger, the cost, or the weight of his brother's death, no one knew. But he left the path open. Others could follow if they wished. He would not stand in their way. And some did. Small groups, scattered attempts, traders, adventurers, dreamers. A few ships made it. Others were lost. No great colony rose. No fort was built to last. The sagas grew thinner on detail, and the memories settled into story. By the time the Christian kings of Norway began demanding taxes from Greenland, Vinland had become something else, not a destination, but a legend, a place people wanted to believe in, even if they weren't sure it still existed. The land itself never changed. It remained where it always had been, coastal, forested, rich with fish and animals, known well to the people who had lived there long before the Norse arrived. To them, the visitors were just another brief ripple along the shore. What was left behind? A few broken tools, a carving perhaps, the bones of a fire pit, long cold, and in one place, beneath a mound of stones, the remains of a man who had died far from home. Centuries later, the sagas were written down in Iceland by men who had never seen the Western Sea. They captured the shape of the stories, the names, the great voyage, but the edges blurred. Which brother did what? What happened in which season? Memory bends in ink. And still, the name Vinland survived. 500 years after Leif's voyage, new ships arrived from across the Atlantic, larger, heavier, bearing flags of empires. They landed further south and never knew who had come before them. No one told them about the long, narrow ship that had cut across the waves centuries earlier, carrying men raised on ice and wind, searching not for gold or glory, but simply to know what lay beyond the sea. Those later explorers drew maps, claimed lands, changed everything, but Leif had already been there, in a time when the world was still full of unanswered questions, and the edge of the map was a place you could sail toward with nothing but a steady hand and a strong heart. The winters grew longer in his later years, or perhaps he simply noticed them more. Leif spent most days near the fjord at Brattahlid, the same place where his father had driven stakes into frozen ground decades before. The longhouse remained warm, smoke curling steadily from its roof. Livestock huddled in the sheds. The sea, grey and patient, waited just beyond the ice-crusted shore. Visitors still came, traders from Iceland, younger men seeking advice, messengers bearing scraps of news from far-off Norway. They asked him about Vinland, always Vinland. Was it real? Was it worth the voyage? Were the stories true? He would answer in short, measured words. Yes, the trees were taller than any in Greenland. Yes, the fish ran thick and fast in the rivers. Yes, there were people already there, sharp-eyed, quick-moving, not to be underestimated. But no, he would not return. His children grew up hearing the story second-hand. They'd never seen the coast their father had walked, or the river banks where he had pulled salmon from the shallows with his bare hands. They'd never felt the tension of that place, the beauty mixed with something older, something watchful. There was no monument to mark his voyage, no stone pillar, no carved plank nailed to a tree, just the timber he'd brought back, slowly worked into beams and barns, just the tale, passed from voice to voice. He spent time alone in those final years, walking the ridges above the fjord. His gaze lingered on the sea more often now, eyes drawn west. He'd stood on a different shore once, 500 leagues away, under a softer sun. He didn't speak of it often, but the memory lived behind his eyes. When he died, the settlement mourned him, not with songs or banners, but with simple words. He had been strong, he had been fair, he had gone farther than anyone before him, and returned to tell the tale. No saga ever captured him entirely. The ones who wrote them came long after. They remembered the voyage, the ship, the name of the place. But the man himself, his steady hands, the way he watched the horizon in silence, the weight of that knowledge, those things faded like breath in cold air. And yet, something remained, Each time a ship pushed west from Greenland's shore, it did so in the wake of his keel. Each time someone dreamed of a place beyond the known, his name echoed, faint but clear. No one would ever find his grave. No stone marked where he lay, but the path he opened remained. No one remembered the exact season when the longships stopped heading west. There was no final voyage, no declared end to the Vinland dream. It simply faded, like the smoke from a spent hearth, curling upward until it disappeared into sky. Years passed, generations too. Greenland's settlements held on, but barely. Storms grew harsher. Trade with Norway faltered. The timber Leif had once brought back was now old, part of barns, fences, broken tools. The last men who had stood on Vinland's shores were gone, but in Iceland, the stories survived. They were told by firelight, where old men leaned in and children listened wide-eyed. Not tales of dragons or gods, but of real men, of a ship that vanished over the horizon into legend. For centuries, the world forgot that anyone had reached the Americas before Columbus. Leif's name faded to the edge of maps and memory, but it never vanished entirely. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of turf houses near the northern tip of Newfoundland, structures built in the Norse style, far too old to belong to later settlers. There were tools, a hearth, the worn mark of hands that had worked timber long ago. It matched the saga in shape, if not in name. They had been there. Leif had been there. And so, 500 years before empires crossed the sea, before flags were planted and maps redrawn, a Viking ship with a carved dragon on its prow touched land in a place no European had ever known. Leif Erikson was the first European in history to look west with curiosity rather than conquest. He came across a land already occupied. He walked its shores, and when the time came, he knew it was best to leave it. He simply returned, safely home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking, subscribing, or rating us on your preferred podcast app. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Al Capone, the celebrity kingpin and ruthless gangster who became one of the wealthiest and most infamous crime lords in American history. Long before his name became synonymous with speakeasies and Tommy guns, Al Capone was just a boy from Brooklyn with a sharp mind and an even sharper instinct for survival. Decades later, newspapers would crown him the King of Chicago, while his rivals mockingly referred to him as Scarface, a name he thoroughly despised. During the turbulent years of the American Prohibition, Capone rose swiftly through the ranks of organized crime. Though seen by many as a charismatic figure of wealth and power, beneath his disarmingly boyish charm lurked something far more sinister. An insatiable drive for dominance, untempered by mercy or restraint. This is not simply a tale of bootlegging and violence. It's a story of calculated risk, opulent wealth, bitter betrayal, and of a man who once held the reins of the nation's criminal underworld in the palm of his hand. For a time, Capone seemed untouchable, his fortune vast, his influence unmatched. But beneath the surface, the foundations of his criminal empire were already beginning to fracture. Rivals began to plot, lawmen closed in, and eventually, the $100 million fortune he had amassed would become his downfall, leading him at last across the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay to the salt-stung isolation of Alcatraz. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the rise and fall of a life lived on the edge of fire and fame. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk with Al Capone through the flickering glamour of jazz-age Chicago and the deepening dusk of power, pride, and consequence. The streets of Brooklyn in the early 1900s carried the clang and clatter of an immigrant life. Coal wagons rattling past rows of brick tenements, the distant shout of dock workers, the sharp whistle of a trolley carving through the haze. Among the crowd was a young boy with sharp eyes and a faster mouth, one of 9 children in a Neapolitan household where love was loud and discipline came quick. His parents, Gabriele and Teresa, had come across the Atlantic with little more than a trade and a dream, a barber's hands, a hope for education, and the belief that America would give their children something better. But life in the boroughs had a different lesson to offer. The boy learned early how to navigate its rhythms, the alley shortcuts, the power of posture, the importance of never backing down. At school, his temper flared often and without warning. A slight, a shove, the wrong word at the wrong time, and fists flew. The classroom, for all its order, had little hold on him. By his teens, he had already begun running errands for local gangs, first carrying messages, then watching doors, then doing a little more. These weren't the grand schemes of organized crime yet, but they were the first steps into a world that rewarded nerve and punished hesitation. He had a way about him, though. Even when he was rough around the edges, there was charm beneath it. People remembered his face, remembered how easily he moved between anger and laughter. One day, at a local dance hall in Coney Island, he earned a scar that would follow him for the rest of his life. The story was whispered often and varied in detail, but it involved an insult, a sharp blade, and a lesson in pride that cut across his cheek and into his reputation. From that moment on, folks knew to take him seriously. He never tried to hide the scar. It became a signature of sorts. It gave him a name, Scarface. He hated it, but others clung to it. It fit the myth more than the man, even then. He tried, briefly, to hold down honest work, clerk jobs, a stint at a bowling alley, even a few weeks at a munitions factory, but the money was poor, and the pull of the streets far stronger. By 17, he had married May, a soft-spoken Irish girl with steady eyes and a quiet strength that seemed to anchor him, at least for a while. They had a son, and for a fleeting moment, the idea of settling down flickered in the distance. But the world he'd come from, and the one that now called to him, had little room for stillness. In the shadows of the borough, larger operations were moving. Gangs merged, territories shifted, and bigger players looked westward Chicago was becoming the new frontier for enterprise, not sanctioned by law. And when the invitation came to work for Johnny Torrio, a well-connected businessman with roots in vice, it wasn't a hard decision. What Brooklyn gave him was a foundation, grit, instinct, the understanding that power could be felt before it was shown. But it would be in Chicago, amid its smoke and ambition, that he would learn to build something much larger and much more dangerous. Chicago in the early 1920s was a city in motion. Rail lines cut through vast stockyards, steel bridges stretched across thick rivers, and the skyline clawed its way upward, brick by brick. The city throbbed with energy, some of it lawful, much of it not. And in that shifting landscape, the young man from Brooklyn arrived with a suitcase in hand and a name that had begun to mean something back east. He wasn't there to start from the bottom. Johnny Torrio had seen something promising in him, ambition without hesitation. Torrio was calm, deliberate, and precise, more businessman than brute. He wore his suits like armor and kept his violence folded neatly beneath a banker's smile. Under his guidance, the boy who once scuffled in schoolyards began to learn the structure of organized crime, how to build a crew, manage a racket, silence dissent, and speak softly while sending others to do the hard work. Together, they ran brothels, gambling halls, and protection rackets across the South Side. They greased the right palms, kept city officials comfortable, and brought in more money than some legitimate corporations. Torrio believed in avoiding attention, but his protégé didn't always share that view. Where Torrio held back, the younger man leaned in. He liked the spotlight, liked the way people stared when he walked into a room. He had presence, and he knew it. Then, in 1920, something shifted across the country. The 18th Amendment came into effect, launching prohibition. Alcohol, once a staple of American life, was now banned. The law was clear. The country's thirst, however, remained. With a single act, the government had created a market worth millions, illegal, unregulated, and perfectly suited to men like Capone. Speakeasies bloomed behind barbershops, beneath bakeries, inside old warehouses. Trucks loaded with Canadian whiskey and bathtub gin rumbled through back alleys and empty roads at night. Police turned a blind eye for the right price. So did judges. The city drank deeply, and those controlling the flow became powerful overnight. Torrio and Capone expanded fast. They bought breweries, established smuggling routes, and employed hundreds. They didn't just sell liquor, they controlled its entire journey, from barrel to glass. It was an empire dressed as a business, built with iron behind its charm. The money poured in, and with it came new risks. Rival gangs wanted their share. Deals needed protection. Mistakes came with consequences. A man like Capone thrived in this world. He had the instincts of a gambler, the heart of a soldier, and a growing talent for strategy. He could charm a crowd in the morning and order a hit by dusk. People respected him. Many feared him. And some, foolishly, tried to cross him. One of them was Jim Colosimo, a powerful figure who resisted Torrio's expansion into the liquor trade. He saw it as messy, volatile, too risky. But Torrio disagreed, and when Colosimo was found dead in his restaurant foyer, shot in broad daylight, the message was clear. The old world was gone. The new one was being built, fast, loud, and without hesitation. Capone didn't pull the trigger, but he understood what it meant. The rules had changed. This was no longer about running errands or guarding doors. This was about command, about territory, and about survival. He moved his family to a modest house in the suburb of Cicero, just outside the city's jurisdiction, but still close to the action. From there, he began to operate with growing independence, still loyal to Torrio, but more than ready to take the reins when the time came. And the time was coming. It began with a sermon, or something close to it. In small-town churches and city halls alike, preachers and reformers had raised their voices for decades, warning that alcohol was corroding the American spirit. They said it tore families apart, fueled crime, and kept the working man poor. The temperance movement had long argued for change, and in 1920, the nation listened. The 18th Amendment took hold, and with it, the Volstead Act, the legal muscle behind the ban on manufacturing, selling, and transporting liquor. Bottles were smashed, barrels drained into gutters, saloons shut their doors. For a moment, the country felt cleaner, more orderly. But that moment passed quickly, because a law, even when passed with moral certainty, means little if the appetite it aims to tame hasn't vanished. And America was thirsty. From the cracked sidewalks of Chicago to the clubs of New York, people didn't stop drinking. They just stopped doing it legally. Into the vacuum stepped men with muscle and money, men who understood logistics and leverage. Men like Capone. At first, Torrio had set the pace, sourcing booze from Canadian suppliers, bribing the necessary officials, and setting up the underground network. But it was Capone who gave it shape. He understood the city, not just as a map of streets and wards, but as a breathing, wanting thing. He saw opportunity in every pub forced to close, in every politician looking for re-election funds, in every officer who'd seen his wages frozen. Speakeasies, hidden behind soda shops and tailors, lit up with jazz and bourbon. Delivery trucks rolled out by night, loaded with false bottom crates. Rival gangs scrambled to keep up, but most didn't have the reach or the nerve. Capone didn't just sell liquor. He managed distribution, protection, and punishment. He fixed elections in Cicero, placing his people in key seats to create a buffer between the law and his operations. In one infamous incident, his men stormed polling places with clubs and guns, making it very clear which candidate the outfit favored. The city may have turned its face, but it could not ignore him. Money rolled in by the millions, and with it came attention, not all of it welcome. Capone tried to keep a low profile at first, letting Torrio absorb the limelight, but in 1925, everything changed. Torrio was ambushed outside his home, shot several times, and barely survived. It was enough. He recovered, then left Chicago behind, heading for Florida to live out his days in comfort and safety. And just like that, the empire was Capone's. He stepped into the role with surprising ease. He moved into the Lexington Hotel, taking over the top floor and transforming it into a fortress. Guards stood outside his door. Phones were tapped. Rooms were bugged. But he carried himself like a businessman, well-dressed, always polite. generous to those who showed respect. Yet beneath the elegance was steel. Deals were enforced. Betrayals were punished. Entire rival outfits were dismantled. And if someone got in the way, they didn't stay there long. His operations were complex, but controlled. Brewers, drivers, guards, fixers, accountants, all working under a structure he tightened like clockwork. He paid his men well, demanded loyalty, and kept his name out of the paperwork. That last detail would matter more than he realized. Despite the growing risks, Capone lived publicly. He dined at expensive restaurants, tipped extravagantly, and granted interviews. Reporters loved him. He made headlines as often for his clothes as for his crimes. He seemed untouchable. Chicago, meanwhile, drank. Prohibition had created a new kind of tycoon, not one born of steel or rail, but of gin and blood. And in this thirsty, turbulent world, Capone stood at the very top. By 1926, the outfit's reach stretched across the city like a shadow, hard to trace, harder to escape. Breweries ran round the clock under fake names and friendly fronts. Trucks moved barrels of beer past crooked checkpoint guards, their schedules carefully staggered to avoid suspicion. Money changed hands in backrooms and stairwells. The illusion of order clung to it all. But behind the scenes, it was chaos contained by fear. Capone, now fully in command, operated with the discipline of a general and the flair of a stage actor. He hosted charity dinners, handed out coats to the poor in winter, and paid hospital bills for strangers. Newspapers began calling him a modern-day Robin Hood. He didn't mind. Let them think that. It made the rest easier. But image was only half the game. He controlled gambling dens, brothels, smuggling operations, and an ever-growing network of enforcers. There was no loyalty without incentive, and no incentive without fear. Those who crossed him didn't usually get a second chance. Still, he rarely acted impulsively. Decisions were measured, consequences weighed. His genius lay in how easily he moved between roles, charming dinner guest one moment, calculating strategist the next. The Lexington Hotel served as his fortress and his court. The top floor buzzed with meetings, messengers, ledgers, and murmurs. Outside, photographers waited, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man in his tailored grey suits and cream-coloured fedoras. Inside, he paced like a conductor, every movement deliberate, every nod a command. He made deals with politicians, paid off precinct captains, and knew the names of judges' children. In Cicero, his influence was law. He opened clubs with dancing girls and hired orchestras to play late into the night. Inside, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Outside, the alleys stayed slick with blood. For rivals, the rules were simpler: comply, surrender, or disappear. When Dean O'Banion, a North Side competitor, refused to play along, his fate was sealed. He was shot in his flower shop, hands still clutching a pair of shears. The message was clear: territory would not be shared. The killing sparked a cycle of violence that hardened the city's underworld. Drive-by shootings became more frequent. Bodyguards became essential. Capone survived multiple attempts on his life, including a daylight ambush that riddled his car with bullets. He survived them all, and each time his legend grew. But even legends need structure. He promoted lieutenants with precision, each given a corner of the empire to oversee. They reported up the chain, passed on payments, enforced rules. Capone watched carefully, rewarding those who delivered and removing those who hesitated. His world was run like a business, but sustained by fear. Not overt, not always bloody, just ever-present. For all his control, though, there were problems no amount of planning could solve. The more visible he became, the more pressure mounted from federal agents and city reformers. His photos sold newspapers, but it also filled the desks of investigators. He dismissed them at first. After all, hadn't he walked out of worse? Still, he was careful. He changed addresses often, used code over the phone, never signed anything himself. His men understood. Loyalty was rewarded, but silence was essential. Yet despite the danger, there was something undeniably magnetic about it all. The money, the power, the rhythm of control. He didn't see himself as a villain. In his mind, he provided what the people wanted. He just did it better than anyone else. And Chicago, whether it loved him or feared him, kept opening its doors. Chicago had become a city balanced on the edge of two realities. By day, it moved like any great metropolis, steelworks humming, trains clattering down tracks, newspapers shouting headlines from kiosks. But by night, it danced to a different rhythm, one written in whiskey and wound tight by men like Capone. He was no longer just a name in the underworld. He was its center of gravity. Local officials deferred to him. Celebrities sought him out. Even those who disapproved could rarely look away. His face appeared in gossip columns beside film stars and heiresses. He hosted reporters at restaurants and tipped in stacks of crisp bills. There was theater to it all, and he was the star performer. But power like his doesn't remain unchallenged for long. Rival gangs, particularly the North Side outfit, led by George Bugs Moran, had not vanished. They'd simply grown more cautious. The truce between factions was brittle, more ceasefire than peace. Small skirmishes broke out, bombings, ambushes, killings in alleyways. But the real battle was for control of the liquor trade. And Capone wasn't interested in compromise. He ran his empire from the shadows of downtown and the relative safety of Cicero. City inspectors were bribed to overlook his breweries. Shipments moved on a timetable, tighter than any railroads. His lieutenants ensured everything ran smoothly. Money flowed up, orders flowed down. Yet even with everything in place, there was no such thing as complete control. One of the most brazen challenges came in the form of a gangland assassination attempt. After leaving a meeting one afternoon, Capone's car was peppered with machine gun fire by rival gunmen. Dozens of bullets tore through the vehicle. He escaped unharmed, but the message was unmistakable. The throne was contested. In response, his grip tightened. More guards, more surveillance, more calculated strikes against those who dared to defy him. He didn't just retaliate, he erased. Warehouses went up in flames. Trusted associates turned up missing. And still, he smiled for the cameras, all charm and gold rings. The violence never touched him directly. That was the brilliance of the structure he'd built. He never carried weapons himself. He didn't sign orders. He gave nods, made suggestions, expressed preferences, and things happened. Those below him knew the cost of missteps. The machine had been oiled with fear and wealth for years now. It ran without squeaks. But the image he projected wasn't only intimidation. There was warmth too. He'd pull stunts like opening soup kitchens during the worst days of the Depression. Lines of hungry men stood beneath signs that read, "Free soup for the unemployed" by Al Capone. To the press, it was either shameless self-promotion or genuine generosity. Either way, it worked. And for all the noise around him, he seemed untouchable. Law enforcement stumbled through cases that fell apart in courtrooms. Witnesses changed their minds. Paper trails vanished. Even his most violent days were dressed in plausible deniability. He'd sit in a box at a Cubs game while his rivals' funeral processions passed a few blocks away. He had made himself bigger than the law, bigger than his enemies, an institution built on charisma, calculation, and cold resolve. But the cracks were beginning to show. Agents watched from unmarked cars. Files grew thicker, and somewhere, in the distance, came the slow, measured ticking of a clock he hadn't yet noticed. The snow fell gently that morning, softening the hard corners of Chicago. It dusted the rooftops, muffled the traffic, and clung to the collars of men as they walked hurriedly through the city's north side. It might have been any Thursday in February, if not for the 6 corpses and 1 dying man laid out in a brick garage on Clark Street, each dressed sharply, each cut down with cold precision. The papers would call it the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. 7 men executed in broad daylight by a team dressed as police officers. They'd lined up obediently against a wall, expecting a raid. What they got was a bloodbath. None of the bullets came from Capone's hand. He was in Florida at the time, nursing a supposed flu and fielding questions from reporters, but no one was in any doubt about who had ordered the strike. It was the most brazen act yet in a long, simmering war with Bugs Moran. The target had been Moran himself. A known rival, brash and persistent, he'd refused to be bought out or bullied into submission. Capone had offered him money to get out of town. Moran declined. He stayed. And so came the plan. Simple, brutal, and theatrical. But it failed in its one key objective. Moran, running late that morning, had seen the police car pull up and quietly slipped away. The men inside weren't real police, of course. They were gunmen in disguise, carrying Tommy guns beneath long coats. They gunned down Moran's men, most of whom had no chance to draw a weapon. One of them, Frank Gusenberg, clung to life for a few hours. But when the police asked who'd shot him, he managed just one defiant phrase. "Nobody shot me." The massacre shook the city. For months, the violence had felt like background noise, an inevitable hum beneath the music of jazz clubs and the rattle of streetcars. But this was different. This was spectacle. Civilians recoiled. Politicians blustered. The newspapers ran photographs of the bodies, sprawled on the floor, their hats fallen beside them. The public, once amused by Capone's bravado, began to turn. He felt the shift, even from Florida. Reporters grew more pointed in their questions. The attention, once flattering, began to carry weight. He returned to Chicago with fanfare, but tread carefully. For the first time in years, the air felt unstable. Yet he didn't retreat. If anything, he doubled down. He still walked the streets with confidence, still dined at the best tables, still handed out $20 tips like they were scraps. He reminded people, subtly, that he was the man who kept the city running, who paid off debts and kept bars open when others could not. And for a while, that message held. But behind the scenes, things were shifting. Federal agents had begun building cases. Not on the murders. They were too clean, too carefully executed. But on the business itself. The ledgers, the bribes, the movements of money. A silent war was unfolding in back offices and courtrooms, far from the streets Capone controlled. Even within his organization, there was tension. Ambitious lieutenants watched closely. Rivals re-emerged. The days of easy dominance were ending, and in their place came suspicion and calculation. Every move had to be measured. The massacre had made one thing brutally clear. Capone would not be ignored, but it had also made him a target. The city no longer chuckled at his swagger. It braced for the next body to fall. And somewhere, deep within the federal government, a small group of men began to ask a simple question. How do you catch a man who leaves no trace? The snow had melted, but the chill remained. Not in the air, but in the atmosphere around him. Something had shifted. The massacre had brought silence on the streets, but it had also stirred a new kind of noise. Whispers in Washington, cautious inquiries in City Hall, cautious fingers leafing through bank ledgers in dimly lit rooms. Capone sensed it. The old rhythms no longer held. Deals that once took a handshake now required layers of reassurance. Bribes needed doubling. Friends grew evasive. Some simply disappeared. It was no longer just rival gangs who posed a threat. It was men in suits with warrants and typewriters. Still, the organization ran. Trucks moved on time. Cash flowed. But the smooth machinery of his empire began to grind a little. There were more arrests, more headlines. Some of his men were caught and didn't come back. Others started talking, hoping to buy their own way out. Nothing immediate, nothing fatal, but the cracks were there, hairline at first, just enough for light to get in. Capone responded, as he always had, with confidence and force. He brought in new muscle, paid off new judges, pushed his reach further west, beyond Chicago, into small towns where the law wore a friendlier face. He showed up to events in expensive suits, laughing loudly, tipping bigger than ever. The world would see strength, not worry. That was the plan. But behind the show, the pressure was mounting. One of the names in the growing crowd of adversaries was Elliot Ness, a prohibition agent young enough to be dismissed, at least at first. Ness assembled a small team, hand-picked for their honesty, immune to the usual temptations of cash and fear. They started raiding Capone's breweries, seizing trucks, disrupting supply lines. The press would later call them the Untouchables. Ness didn't arrest Capone. He didn't even get close, but he made things difficult, unpredictable. Costs rose, schedules slipped, and more importantly, he drew attention. Headlines started using Capone's name alongside words like investigation and corruption. He was no longer a charming rogue in the eyes of the public. He was something else now, something dangerous and exposed. The federal government, meanwhile, was playing a longer game. They weren't chasing bullets or bodies. They were chasing numbers. Accountants combed through years of transactions, looking for what Capone had always believed could never hurt him: the paper trail. He paid in cash, used aliases, avoided formal records. But in an empire that large, mistakes happen, and mistakes were beginning to surface. Still, he kept moving. There were lavish parties, new clubs, late-night poker games that stretched into dawn. He welcomed guests with champagne and steak, made jokes at reporters' expense, and insisted he was just a businessman, providing a service the people clearly wanted. "If I break the law," he told one interviewer, "my customers are as guilty as I am." But charm had its limits. The mood in Chicago had soured. The police, once comfortably on his payroll, now eyed him warily. A new mayor had taken office on promises of reform, and the public, burdened by a slowing economy and rising violence, had less patience for extravagance. Capone, ever aware of optics, tried to soften the edges. He funded soup kitchens. He made generous donations to churches. But the harder he worked to polish his image, the clearer it became that something was wrong. The empire wasn't crumbling, not yet, but it was shifting beneath his feet. And for the first time, there was no clear target to strike, no rival to remove. His enemy was something colder, something patient. Paperwork, subpoenas, ledgers, whispers in closed rooms. For a man who had built his world on movement and momentum, it was the stillness that threatened him most. By 1931, the music had dimmed. The clubs still played, the whiskey still flowed, but the mood had changed. What once felt like swagger now seemed like noise. Capone could feel it in the way men spoke to him, in the long pauses, the sideways glances, the sudden disappearances. They hadn't got him for murder, extortion, bootlegging, or violence. They couldn't. There were no fingerprints, no signed orders, no eyewitnesses willing to speak. But they'd found something else, something mundane, something he had never considered his undoing: unpaid taxes. It began with audits, then interviews. Numbers were matched, records cross-checked. They had informants, witnesses from within his own ranks, flipping not out of fear, but for lighter sentences and smaller cells. Agents followed the flow of money through clubs, brothels, breweries, and asked one simple question: where were the declared earnings? Capone had always worked in cash. That had been the shield. No invoices, no receipts, no trail. But there were cracks. A few wire transfers, property records, lavish purchases that couldn't be explained by his official income, which, on paper, barely reached the level of a clerk. Meanwhile, he was living like royalty: diamond rings, tailored suits, a fleet of cars. A grand jury was assembled. Indictments followed, first for tax evasion, then for multiple violations of the Volstead Act. There were murmurs that Capone laughed when he first heard the charges. Evasion. He thought they were bluffing, that they wanted a headline, a warning. But when the trial date was set, the laughter stopped. Still, he didn't panic. He brought in the best lawyers money could buy. He tried to buy the jury, as he'd done before, but the feds were watching closely. Jurors were swapped at the last moment. The courtroom was locked tight. At trial, Capone's defense claimed he had no clue about the bookkeeping, that he was too removed from the day-to-day, that he simply took care of his family and occasionally invested in property. But the prosecutors had paper. They had bank ledgers, wire records, testimonies, enough to lay a path from the beer barrels to his accounts in Miami. The conviction came quickly. 11 years in federal prison, plus heavy fines. Not for murder, not for racketeering, for taxes. It was almost absurd. A man who'd orchestrated an empire of vice and violence, brought down by arithmetic. He was first sent to the U.S. penitentiary in Atlanta. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't the end of the world. He still held some sway. Guards could be coaxed, routines bent. There were whispers he lived comfortably. Better than most inmates. But the government had expected this. And so, a year later, they made a move. Alcatraz. A new kind of prison, perched on a rock in the San Francisco Bay. Isolated, cold, unforgiving. Escape was said to be impossible. There would be no influence here, no favors, no sway. And that was the point. When Capone arrived, he wasn't greeted with fear or awe. He was given a number, 85. No name, no title, just another inmate on the rock. He cleaned floors, took orders, ate with murderers and thieves. The man who once ruled a city now moved on a bell, spoke only when told, and kept his head low. He wasn't broken, but he was changing. The disease that had long hidden in his body, syphilis, left untreated, was beginning to take hold. He became forgetful, irritable, slower in thought and step. Other inmates mocked him behind his back. Some remembered the man he once was. Most didn't care. The city he'd once ruled moved on without him. Rivals stepped into the vacuum. Politicians cleaned up their offices. The press found new stories. He remained on the island, not as a king or a legend, but as a fading man behind a thick steel door. There was no skyline out here, no honking cars, no clatter of streetcars, no city crowds parting to let him pass. Just sea spray and gull cries, and the wind off the bay, cold and constant. Alcatraz was not a prison designed for punishment alone. It was designed to erase. Inside the walls, everything was regimented. Cells 6 feet wide, lights out at 9, silence during meals, every movement accounted for, every sound monitored. The man who had once moved through ballrooms and backrooms alike with easy command now waited for his meals in line and swept hallways for hours each day. He had become a number, inmate 85, and the staff made certain he knew it. Capone tried at first to reassert some control. He offered advice, made polite overtures to the guards, tried to slip into a role of influence. But this wasn't Chicago. There were no favors here, no bribes, no leverage. His name held no weight on the rock, and when he pushed, he was met with nothing at all. The other inmates watched him, some with amusement, others with resentment. Many had lost friends or family to the violence of his empire. Others simply saw weakness where once there'd been command. Capone had brought the gangster image into the newspapers, into legend, but here, in the narrow grey halls of Cell Block B, legend meant very little. His health began to unravel. The syphilis he'd contracted decades earlier, long ignored and untreated, now settled into his nervous system. At first, it was subtle: forgetfulness, headaches, then confusion, periods of vacant silence, sudden flares of temper, followed by long stretches of emptiness. Doctors diagnosed neurosyphilis, but treatment came too late. The damage was done. He took up banjo, reportedly joining the prison band that played on Sundays. Some said the sound of it echoed strangely through the cell blocks, a tinny tune from a man losing himself by degrees. He was no longer the powerful figure who once dined with judges and danced in speakeasies. He wandered the prison yard slowly, head lowered, often alone. His letters home grew scattered. His wife, May, remained loyal, though the visits were rare. She saw what others didn't: the man inside the fading figure. Their son was growing up in Florida, far from the myth and the headlines. Capone would sometimes ask about the weather down there. He seemed to like the idea of it. Sunlight, quiet, familiar food, a life outside these walls. After nearly 5 years on Alcatraz, the authorities transferred him to a lower security prison in California. From there, he was released in 1939, his sentence shortened due to his deteriorating condition. When he stepped back into the free world, he was no longer the man who had once held Chicago in the palm of his hand. He returned to Florida, where a mansion waited for him in Palm Island, once a symbol of his wealth, now just a place to rest. The heat suited him. He fished. He slept. He took long walks in the garden, sometimes speaking in circles, other times not at all. He was no longer feared, nor was he followed. The world had moved on. The country had fallen into depression, then gone to war. The faces on the newspapers had changed, but Capone's name still lingered, like smoke from a long-extinguished fire. On January 25th, 1947, after years of illness, he died of a stroke. He was 48 years old. May was there, along with a few close family members. There was no shootout, no final speech, just the slow, eventual closing of a chapter once written in fire. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Krakatoa, an obscure tropical island obliterated in an instant during one of the most violent volcanic events in history. For centuries, the tiny island of Krakatoa led a quiet existence in the emerald waters of the Sunda Strait between the islands of Java and Sumatra. To the local communities, it was familiar and unremarkable. But by early 1883, it had begun to stir. Then in August, thousands witnessed a cataclysmic event, unlike anything in recorded history. The eruption of Krakatoa was one of the loudest sounds ever heard by human ears, rupturing eardrums over 40 miles away. Most of the island vanished entirely, with an explosion 13,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The earth rang like a bell, with audible shock waves that circled the globe over and over, taking nearly a week to subside. Ash shot over 50 miles into the upper atmosphere, where it lingered for years, causing sunsets around the world to turn a vivid blood red. Eyewitnesses described a midday sun eclipsed by an ashen shroud, blacker than any night, and flickering with a multitude of jagged blue lightning. 11 square miles of island-turned ash transformed turbulent seas into mud that retreated suddenly from fishing villages, only to return as towering tsunamis. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll reflect not just on the violent eruption of Krakatoa, but on the heroic acts and the resilience of those who faced the unknown with grace and courage. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey together through the final days of Krakatoa. In the heart of the Sunda Strait, there once stood a cluster of volcanic peaks draped in green. Their slopes were thick with forest, where hornbills called from the treetops, and the scent of clove drifted on the ocean air. These were the islands of Krakatoa, steeped in mystery, quiet in demeanor, and long folded into the rhythms of local life. Long before maps were drawn or colonial names assigned, people from nearby coastlines knew these islands by older names, older stories. Among the Javanese, there were whispers of a cataclysm long ago, when the sea had risen to swallow the land. Some told of a time when fire had cracked the sky, and thunder had rolled for days. Tales passed down like sea-worn stones, smooth but heavy with meaning. In the evenings, fishermen would watch the horizon and speak of the mountain that once vanished beneath the waves, as though Krakatoa carried a memory older than it let on. Centuries passed. Boats came and went, traders from Aceh, Makassar, and further still. They brought cinnamon, stories, and sometimes sorrow. The Sunda Strait was always busy with commerce, but the islands themselves remained sparsely visited. Though rich in bird life and ringed with coral, Krakatoa had no great port, no city to speak of, just thick jungle, curious rock formations, and a faint smell of sulfur that hung about the place like a secret. In the 17th century, the Dutch arrived, first as traders, then as rulers. They charted coastlines and gave names to mountains, but Krakatoa remained a distant speck to them, barely mentioned in the great ledgers of Java. It was known to be volcanic, certainly, but the Dutch, focused on crops and trade routes, saw little need to interfere with a sleeping mountain. Still, there were brief moments when the dormant volcano made its presence known. In 1680, a series of explosions startled passing ships, and one of the peaks appeared to collapse in on itself. Ash darkened the sails of a few unlucky traders, but this disturbance faded quickly into memory. The jungle regrew, birds returned, and the world forgot. In the years that followed, Krakatoa grew wild once more. Dutch surveyors passed through from time to time, making careful sketches and collecting mineral samples. One, a German-born naturalist named Franz Wilhelm Junghun, visited in the mid-19th century and noted the broken, oddly shaped cliffs. Signs, he said, of something ancient and terrible. But no great eruption followed. The island simply breathed its sulphurous breath and waited. To local villagers along the coasts, Krakatoa became just part of the scenery. They fished in its shadow, collected driftwood from its shores, and sometimes used it as a marker when navigating between the islands. There were no temples built there, no long settlements established. Some said the island was sacred, others said it was cursed. Either way, it was left alone. But it was never truly forgotten. As the 19th century deepened, change came with greater speed. Telegraph cables were laid across the archipelago. Steamships cut faster lines between Batavia and Singapore. The Dutch administration grew more bureaucratic, more intrusive. And Krakatoa, that old and brooding island, sat in the middle of it all, overlooked but not untouched. What lay beneath it, no one knew. Not the villagers who cast their nets into the shallow waters, nor the colonial officers who passed it on their way to other tasks. Yet deep below, the earth was stirring. And above it all, the island waited, green, steaming faintly, and keeping its secrets in the folds of its rock. By the early 1800s, the islands of the Dutch East Indies were part of a vast, interwoven empire. One ruled from the halls of Batavia, where colonial officers wrote reports by lamplight and steamships moored in tight harbours. The Sunda Strait, narrow and windswept, became a crucial corridor for trade. Spices, rubber, sugar, and tin passed daily between Java and Sumatra. And in the centre of it all, Krakatoa stood, still forested, still largely ignored, but not completely. As European influence grew across the archipelago, so too did the appetite for exploration. Missionaries from the Netherlands Reformed Church came bearing scripture and schools. Traders brought not just goods, but stories of islands with strange birds, of earthquakes in the night, of fire seen flickering above distant trees. Naval officers recorded these tales in the margins of their logs, often uncertain of what to make of them. The island had no permanent inhabitants, but it was visited from time to time, native fishermen would pull their boats ashore to gather timber or fresh water. A few Dutch officers attempted rudimentary surveys, often discouraged by the heat, the insects, or the general sense of unease that seemed to hover over the place. In 1851, a missionary passing through the area noted that locals would not stay overnight on the island. They spoke of dreams when they did, dreams of fire and drowning, of boats turned upside down, of voices calling from beneath the sea. The missionary wrote of these tales with the polite condescension typical of the era, but he recorded them all the same. By mid-century, Krakatoa's shape had been firmly charted, 3 peaks forming a rough crescent, with Krakatoa the tallest in the south. The jungle was thick but climbable. There were fumaroles, openings in the rock that hissed with steam, and patches where the earth felt unusually warm. Scientists were beginning to take a more serious interest in the geology of the region, and Krakatoa, while not active in living memory, was added to a list of potentially volcanic islands. Still, it caused no alarm. Then came Franz Wilhelm Junghun, a botanist and geologist, whose travels took him deep into the Javanese highlands. In the 1850s, he visited Krakatoa and was struck by the evidence of violent history. The cliff faces, he noted, had clearly been sheared by an older eruption, and ash layers ran thick through the soil. Yet he left with the same conclusion as others. Krakatoa had once been dangerous, but now it slept. In Batavia, interest in the island flickered briefly before fading. Reports were filed, charts were updated. No further study was deemed necessary. It was, after all, just one of many volcanic islands in a land full of them. Java alone had more than 40 active peaks, some of them much larger and more temperamental than Krakatoa. Meanwhile, along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, people lived their lives under the rhythms of tide and sun. Rice fields stretched inland. Children played near the shores. Sailors learned to read the sea by color and scent. To them, Krakatoa was just another part of the horizon, sometimes veiled in mist, sometimes bright and green, always there. Yet the memory of the mountain's past had never fully left the local consciousness. The legend of an earlier eruption, possibly centuries old, was still told in some villages, a tale of an island that had risen from the sea only to fall again in fire. And every so often, a fisherman would return with a story that he'd seen smoke rising from the trees or heard a rumble that came not from the clouds. Most dismissed it. Others listened more closely. In the 1870s, as steamship travel grew more regular and colonial governance became more structured, Krakatoa began to appear again in official correspondence. Dutch officers noted signs of erosion, minor collapses of cliffs, and the occasional puff of gas. But still, nothing that seemed truly unusual. The world moved forward. Telegraph lines stretched toward the Indies. Cameras were brought to Batavia. Postal routes were made faster. And Krakatoa, resting in its crescent of ocean, seemed content to be left behind. It had been over 200 years since the island had erupted with force. To the scientists and officers of the time, it was marked as dormant. To the native peoples who lived nearby, it was something more ambiguous, not forgotten or feared, but revered. Then, in the spring of 1883, a merchant ship passing through the strait noted a column of smoke rising from the island, dark and thin. The crew described it in their log as volcanic in character, but made no special report. Steamships had schedules to keep. Still, as the days passed, more smoke was seen, climbing higher, lingering longer. The Dutch colonial press picked up on the phenomenon briefly, a few lines tucked into a newspaper in Batavia. Unusual activity at Krakatoa, observed by sailors. Most readers likely skipped over it, but someone was watching more closely. Rogier Verbeek, a Dutch geologist working in the East Indies, had been monitoring volcanic activity across the region. When the initial signs were reported, he urged caution, not alarm, but attentiveness. His letters to colleagues described the island's renewed activity as interesting, though not immediately threatening. He planned a survey, but like so many in colonial service, he was bound by bureaucratic delays and the vast distances of the archipelago. For now, he could only collect second-hand reports. Meanwhile, the volcano's breath grew deeper. By late May, explosions could be heard faintly across the water, soft, distant booms like cannon fire far away. Villagers along the coast began to speak of strange things, the sea behaving oddly, the sky turning strange shades in the evening. On June 1st, a lighthouse keeper on a nearby island noted ash falling gently onto his porch. Still, no one sounded an alarm. Volcanic islands did this from time to time. Most eruptions in the Indies were small, smothered quickly by rain and distance. Yet Krakatoa was far from ordinary. By mid-June, eruptions became more frequent. Columns of ash now soared miles into the air, darkening the sky for hours. Local boats reported difficulty navigating the strait due to drifting pumice, light, airy stones that floated in clusters on the waves. Fishermen steered wide of the island. A few ships changed course altogether. Still, the administrative response was minimal. The area was remote, and life continued much as before. Verbeek, however, grew more concerned. In his notes, preserved later in his extensive work on the disaster, he described the eruption's increasing intensity with measured clarity. He compared it to earlier volcanic events in Java and expressed hope that Krakatoa would release its pressure gradually. But even he did not yet grasp what was coming. In the coastal settlements of Anja and Ketimbang, people began sweeping ash from rooftops each morning. Some packed up their belongings, not out of panic, but due to the growing inconvenience. Ash fouled the drinking water. It coated crops and made the air dry and hot. There was a sense that the land was sick, restless, but there had been worse in living memory. Floods, earthquakes, storms. This, they believed, would pass too. Then, in July, Krakatoa fell silent. No more rumbles, no more ash. The skies cleared and the seas calmed. It seemed to many that the worst was over. Some Dutch officials even suggested that the eruption had run its course. Ships resumed normal routes. Tourists, fascinated by the reports, sailed past the island to catch glimpses of the blackened slopes. One group even landed and climbed partway up Rakata, photographing the scorched trees and still warm soil. Verbeek remained cautious. In a letter written that month, he noted, The mountain sleeps again, but this pause may not bring peace. He was right. Beneath the surface, the magma chamber was building towards something vast. The island, fractured and hollowed by centuries of pressure, had been stirred awake, and now it was holding its breath. All around it, life continued. In Java, rice was planted and harvested. In Sumatra, trade moved through the ports as usual. Children ran barefoot along the beaches, their laughter mingling with the sound of distant waves. Krakatoa loomed just offshore, blackened but calm, as though exhausted by its own outburst. But it was waiting, and the world had not yet understood just how loud a mountain could scream. August began with strange colors in the sky. On the western coast of Java, the sunsets took on a deep, molten hue, shifting from crimson to violet to something almost metallic. Birds fell quiet earlier in the evenings, and some villagers said their roosters had stopped crowing at dawn altogether. At first, no one connected these signs to Krakatoa. The island had been calm since mid-July, but beneath its blackened trees and fractured slopes, a pressure older than memory was gathering force. Then, 2 weeks later, the mountain stirred again. This time, there was no mistaking the change. A tall column of ash burst from the island, so high it was visible from Batavia, over 80 miles away. The following day, more eruptions followed, each louder than the last. Ships passing through the Sunda Strait reported difficulty navigating through dense clouds of ash and strange patterns in the sea that made compasses spin oddly. On the decks of schooners and steamers alike, sailors wiped grit from their faces and watched the sky with growing unease. Among those closely observing was Rogier Verbeek. His journals at this time show a growing urgency. He spoke of Krakatoa entering what he called a paroxysmal phase, a term used to describe a volcano that was not simply erupting, but transforming. He requested new instruments from Batavia and warned that what was unfolding might be far more serious than previously thought. By the 24th of August, ships were turning back altogether. The sea was thick with floating debris, branches, pumice, and dead fish. A fine, stinging ash fell in sheets. Reports from coastal towns spoke of midday skies turning grey as twilight. In Ketimbang, families covered their wells to protect them from contamination. In Teluk Betung, just across the strait, children were kept indoors, their mothers watching the horizon with dread. Then, only 2 days later, Krakatoa began to roar. Not in a single moment, but in steady, rhythmic blasts, dozens of them, rolling out across the sea like thunder. The sound was immense, reaching Sumatra's inland hills and rattling windows in towns far beyond sight of the island. Sailors in the strait reported the sensation of pressure on their chests, as though the very air had thickened. Waves began to behave strangely, receding, returning, rising, then falling again. Captain Sampson, aboard the British vessel Normanby, described seeing lightning flicker across the ash clouds, while the sea turned grey and tumbled erratically beneath them. He turned his ship away at once. In his log, he wrote that the sky went blacker than a storm, though no rain ever came. In nearby coastal settlements, people were unsure what to believe. For some, It felt like a return of old spirits. Others thought a war had begun. Few understood what the mountain was truly doing. In the village of Merak, a fisherman said the sea tugged at the shore like a beast trying to break free. That night, ash covered their rooftops. By morning, some of the older men had gathered in silence outside the mosque. No prayers were spoken. They simply waited. On the evening of the 26th, the explosions grew more frequent. Some were said to last for minutes at a time, their echoes rolling far across the water. The lighthouse keeper on the island of Sabezi, W.J. Dykeman, described how the ground shook, as though something beneath it was trying to climb out. He looked toward Krakatoa and saw fire curling upward like waves in the sky. That night, the eruption reached a new intensity. The sea began to retreat from the Javanese shore, exposing coral reefs and leaving fish gasping on the sand. Many locals did not recognize this as a warning. Children played along the new shoreline. Dogs barked and wouldn't stop. At midnight, the sky turned copper. Lightning danced within the ash plume. And then, just before dawn on August 27th, Krakatoa let go. In Batavia, windows rattled. In Borneo, the boom was heard. Thousands of miles away, in Perth and across the Indian Ocean, the noise echoed like distant cannon fire. Verbeek, recording from far inland, noted barometers fluctuating wildly. The air itself seemed to ripple. The eruption had passed from the visible into the unimaginable. But on the coasts, where people still stood on beaches and rooftops, watching the strange, trembling sea, it was not over. It was just beginning. At precisely 10:02 a.m. on the morning of August 27th, 1883, the air above Krakatoa exploded with a force so vast, so sudden, that it altered the atmosphere of the entire planet. The final eruption tore through the heart of the island like a cannon through paper. It was not a single blast, but a series of them, each greater than the last, culminating in a detonation so fierce it is still considered the loudest sound ever recorded by human ears. It ruptured the eardrums of sailors 40 miles away. It was heard clearly in Perth, Australia, over 2,000 miles distant, and on Rodriguez Island in the Indian Ocean, more than 3,000 miles to the west. The sound circled the globe 4 times in under a day. Barometers around the world, from Calcutta to Washington, D.C., ticked with the shock waves. From the deck of the Charles Ball, a British ship passing well beyond the danger zone, a crewman watched the sky darken with alarming speed. Ash fell in hot flakes across the sails. The captain ordered the crew aloft into the rigging as the sea rose around them, and just in time, they barely escaped a massive wave that crashed across their decks moments later. He would later write that he had never known the sun to disappear so quickly in all my years at sea. Closer to the source, there was no time to climb. On Sabezi Island, the Dutch lighthouse keeper, W.J. Dykeman, was thrown into the sea as the waves shattered his post. He would later survive by clutching driftwood, describing how the water boiled beneath the surface, and the air itself seemed to burn his throat. On the coast of Sumatra, in the settlement of Ketimbang, villagers ran inland as the sea drained suddenly, exposing the seabed. Then it came back, roaring and towering. A wall of water more than 30 meters high raced toward the shore, dragging trees, homes, oxen, and people back out with it as it receded. The waves, triggered by the collapse of the volcano into the sea, were so powerful they carried a 1-ton coral block over 600 meters inland. Some were tall enough to sweep over the hills behind the shoreline. Entire villages vanished without a trace. Wooden homes splintered and scattered like leaves, boats hurled deep into jungles, mosques lifted off their foundations. Survivors clung to palm trunks or debris, battered by floating wreckage. Many never resurfaced. From Verbeek's vantage point inland, the horror was revealed slowly. At first, he could see only the towering cloud, a pillar of ash and gas, 50 miles high, punching into the stratosphere. Then the ash began to fall, thick and choking. By midday, the sky had turned to near night. Lamps were lit in homes and public buildings. Horses refused to move. Verbeek noted in his journal how even indoors, the ash crept through shutters and under doors, coating every surface with a fine grey film. Ships that had been in the vicinity of the Sunda Strait vanished from records. Among them, the Berau, a Dutch gunboat, last seen steaming toward the coast near Telok Betung. It likely met the first tsunami head-on. In total, over 36,000 people lost their lives, the vast majority drowned or swept away by the waves. Others died later of disease or exposure, caught in a land stripped bare by the force of both sea and ash. By the evening of the 27th, Krakatoa itself was gone. What had once been a trio of peaks, forested and steaming, was now mostly ocean. The northern and central parts of the island had collapsed into a massive submarine caldera, leaving only the southern peak of Rakata standing, a shattered crescent of rock that smoked faintly against the red-streaked sky. The sea surged in and out of the void it had left behind, swirling with hot gases and fragments of pumice. For those who had survived, there was no understanding of what had truly happened. Villagers in Western Java said they had seen fire climb to the heavens. In Sumatra, the ash was so thick it muffled sound and stung the eyes. People wandered in silence, barefoot, through heaps of timber and shattered stone. In some places, they found nothing at all. No houses, no neighbors, no trees, just flat grey plains where life had once stood. That night, across the Indies, the world felt dimmer. A choking haze blanketed the islands. Stars disappeared from view. And even in Batavia, nearly 100 miles away, people stood in their doorways, wondering whether daylight would ever return. When the light returned, it was distorted, filtered through layers of suspended ash and sulfur, casting a peculiar yellow sheen over the land. For days after the eruption, the sun struggled to break through the haze. It rose and set like a dim brass coin, its warmth dulled, its glow subdued. And for those who survived Krakatoa's fury, nothing they saw looked familiar anymore. Along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, the world had been redrawn. What once were villages were now smooth, ashen plains, with only the odd charred stump to mark where trees had stood. Rice paddies were buried beneath a grey crust. Wells were filled with filth. In some places, bodies lay in lines wrapped in sailcloth or coconut mats, their identities lost beneath the layers of soot and seawater. In others, there were no bodies at all, just an eerie silence and a sweeping, unnatural flatness where life had once bustled. Inland, survivors emerged from jungles and hillsides, dazed, carrying little but their own breathless stories. In Katimbang, a Dutch officer later recounted how a woman stumbled into the settlement barefoot, her clothes in tatters, cradling a child who had died days before. She spoke of waves that climbed trees and skies so dark she couldn't see her own hands. A local elder, who had survived by sheltering in a limestone cave, said he believed the mountain had fought the sky. On Sabesi Island, W.J. Dykeman, the lighthouse keeper, drifted ashore after clinging to debris for hours. He was half blind from the ash, his hands blistered from gripping wreckage. In his account, later passed through Dutch newspapers, he described the sea as a cooking pot and said the sky had been as thick as river mud. His lighthouse had simply vanished. The entire island was flattened, stripped of trees, covered in sharp pumice. Of the dozens who lived there, only a few were ever seen again. In Telok Betung and Anja, survivors walked through streets turned to channels of grey sludge. Boats had been thrown hundreds of feet inland, smashing through homes. In one case, a coral head weighing more than a ton had been deposited on a hill, as if placed there by some deliberate force. Few buildings stood intact, and those that did were filled with fine, choking dust that turned food to poison and water to grit. Rogier Verbeek, who had watched much of the disaster unfold from a distance, began travelling through the affected regions as soon as it was possible. His task was to observe, to record, to make sense of devastation that had no precedent. He moved from settlement to settlement, his notebooks filled with sketches, diagrams, and the words of those who remained. He was deeply affected by what he saw. In his writings, he noted, "There are no longer landmarks. The land itself has changed." He documented the strange shapes left in the landscape, giant ripples of ash on hillsides, as if the wind had frozen in place. In some places, palm trees stood scorched and stripped, like blackened toothpicks. In others, they had been uprooted entirely, carried miles from their origin. He studied the pumice that floated thick on the sea, vast rafts of rock that made it difficult for ships to pass. He recorded temperature readings, measured the thickness of the ash, and described how even the sounds of the jungle had vanished. In the weeks after the eruption, the Dutch colonial administration began to reckon with the toll. Official figures estimated that over 36,000 people had died, most from the tsunamis, others from burns, suffocation, or starvation in the days that followed. Whole families were wiped out. Dozens of towns and villages were erased. The coastline of Western Java had been redrawn, and Sumatra's shores had shifted, reshaped by the fury of the sea. Relief came slowly. Steamboats brought rice, blankets, and medicine, but the ports they once knew were gone, and the survivors had scattered inland. Disease followed the disaster. Dysentery, cholera, and fever spread through the camps. Many died long after the eruption itself, their names forgotten, but their suffering no less real. And still, the mountains smouldered. From the shattered remnants of Krakatoa Steam and gas continued to rise. The sea hissed around the rim of the new caldera. Nothing green remained. No birds flew above it. Verbeek described it as a new landscape, bare, boiling, and born from violence. But among the people of Java and Sumatra, life had already begun to stir again. The farmers who had lost their fields began clearing the ash, planting hardy crops that might survive. Families rebuilt huts from driftwood, and in the villages untouched by the waves, prayers were said for the dead. They had no monuments to erect, only stories to pass on. And so, beneath a sky still colored by the mountain's breath, they began to tell them. Though the heart of the disaster lay in the Sunda Strait, the true reach of Krakatoa's fury extended far beyond the steaming shores of Java and Sumatra. Even as survivors picked through ash-laden fields and colonial officers mapped a coastline transformed, the rest of the world was beginning to notice that something, somewhere, had gone terribly wrong. The shockwave from Krakatoa's final eruption on August 27th did not simply echo through the waters of the East Indies. It raced outward across the globe, with instruments recording sudden jolts in atmospheric pressure. These barometric pulses, documented meticulously by observatories across the globe, revealed something almost unbelievable. The wave had circled the Earth, not once, but 7 times. In the weeks that followed, skies across the planet began to change. In London, artists noticed the sunsets growing unusually vivid, streaked with purples and reds so intense they seemed unreal. In New York, people paused in the streets to gaze up at what some thought were signs of divine intervention. In Norway, a young painter named Edvard Munch was struck by the strange blood-orange light over the fjords. Years later, that sky would inspire his now iconic painting, titled The Scream. Rogier Verbeek, now back in Batavia, began to gather and compile data from across the Dutch East Indies. He compared accounts from lighthouse logs, ship journals, and weather stations, alongside telegraph dispatches and reports sent from the colonial outer territories. It was clear to him that Krakatoa had done something no volcano in recorded history had achieved, altered the very fabric of the world's atmosphere. Ash from the eruption had reached over 50 miles into the sky, well into the stratosphere, where it would linger for years. These fine particles scattered light in every direction, cooling the Earth by more than a degree on average, and shifting weather patterns across hemispheres. In 1884, global harvests suffered. In India, drought deepened. In Europe, heavy rains and snowfalls arrived off-season. Newspapers everywhere, particularly in Britain and the Netherlands, began printing stories of the vanished island. Artists tried to capture the color of the skies. Scientific journals reprinted fragments from blogs, some of which read like quiet confessions. "The sea turned to stone," wrote one British crewman, "and the sky burned, yet gave no heat." For many in the West, the eruption became a fascination. The idea that a single volcano, barely known outside of Indonesia, could send its shadow around the globe stirred both fear and awe. It marked, in a way, the beginning of a more modern understanding of interconnectedness. What happened in one corner of the Earth could now reach them all. Verbeek worked tirelessly, even as ash continued to fall in isolated regions. In 1885, he published his masterwork, a detailed volume titled Krakatoa. It contained maps, eyewitness accounts, geological assessments, and data from dozens of international observers. But threaded through the cold measurements and charts was a tone of humility, a sense that even with all the instruments and diagrams, what had happened at Krakatoa was still beyond full comprehension. While the scientists measured, the survivors mourned. In Java, many believed the strange skies were the mountain's lingering spirit. Farmers watched their fields fail and wondered whether the earth had been cursed. Some took the brilliant sunsets as signs from their ancestors. In Lampung, elders began to mark the anniversary of the eruption with small offerings, food, flowers, and prayers, to calm whatever force had awakened beneath the sea. And all the while, ships passing through the Sunda Strait continued to steer wide of the empty space where Krakatoa had once stood. Only Rakata remained, jagged and blackened, steaming faintly above the waves. The rest had vanished into the sea, swallowed by the caldera that now marked the site. Beneath the surface, the earth was still shifting. Quiet now, but not silent. Verbeek, in one of his final notes from that year, wrote simply, "It is gone, but it is not finished." Around the world, a new awareness had taken root. The eruption had left behind no empire, no ruins to explore, just ash in the wind, echoes in the sky, and a lingering reminder that nature does not ask permission before changing everything. When the ash began to settle and the waters calmed, the landscape revealed itself, altered beyond recognition. Where once coastlines curved gently toward the sea, there were now jagged scars and long grey expanses that stretched inland like bruises. Trees that had stood for centuries were gone, leaving behind no stumps, no roots, just smooth plains of fine ash, swept clean by water and wind. For those who had lived near Krakatoa, returning home meant returning to a place that no longer existed. In the lowland settlements of Western Java, families who had fled the waves began to make their way back down from the hills. They walked barefoot across ground that crunched beneath their feet, layers of cooled pumice, broken coral, and the remains of houses reduced to dust. Landmarks they had known since childhood were gone. Rivers had shifted, roads had vanished. Even the smell of the air was different. It held a sharpness, metallic and dry, mixed with decay. In the ruined village of Anja, once a lively coastal town with markets and mosques, only fragments remained. A shattered bell from a schoolhouse lay rusting beside a palm that had been snapped at its base. A steamer had been lifted from the harbour and deposited 3 streets inland, its hull torn open like fruit. Survivors scavenged what they could: nails, cloth, bits of timber. Most found little more than silence and grey powder. On the Sumatran side of the strait, it was the same. Entire fishing villages had been swept clean. In some places, only the stone floors of mosques remained, pressed into the earth like fossils. The survivors were few, and those who spoke often did so in hushed tones. One man described returning to where his home had been and finding only a single wooden spoon lodged in a tree, far above where the ground used to be. Another told of standing where his father's field once grew, unable to find even the smallest trace of it. The Dutch colonial authorities arrived slowly and with limited resources. Their first task was to count the living, then the dead. But in many areas, no records could be reconciled. Villages had ceased to exist. Entire family lines were extinguished. Local officials struggled to locate their jurisdictions. Maps had to be redrawn from scratch. Rogier Verbeek returned to the region during this time, making his way along the altered shores. He noted in his field journals how the coast has been lifted and erased in equal measure. Fields once used for rice were buried beneath meters of ash. New hills had formed. In one location, the sea itself had pushed inland and remained there, forming an entirely new lagoon. He spoke with villagers, drew diagrams, and took careful measurements. But even he admitted the futility of trying to restore order to a place so fundamentally changed. Amidst the devastation, disease began to spread. Wells were fouled with ash. Stagnant pools of seawater bred fever and flies. Aid came in slow trickles from Batavia and Singapore. Rice, medical supplies, canvas for makeshift shelters, but the scale of the loss outstripped every effort. Families shared what they had. Some chose not to return at all, resettling deeper inland, where the ground still held its old shape. In local communities, stories began to evolve. The eruption was no longer just a natural event. It became a marker in time, a before and after. Children born in the years following would hear of the year the sea came in, or the time of the ash sky. In some traditions, it was said the mountain had been angered by human arrogance. In others, it was a cleansing, a return to balance. These beliefs wove themselves into the rebuilding, not as superstition, but as understanding. For Westerners, the view was different. Krakatoa became an object of fascination. Verbeek's reports were reprinted in Europe. Scientific societies requested samples of ash, pumice, coral. The eruption was studied as a global phenomenon, an atmospheric event, a climatological case study. The island itself, however, was treated as an abstraction. Few in Europe could comprehend what it meant to have one's village erased by the sea. And slowly, the land began to change again. The ash softened, seeds caught on the wind, ferns pushed their way through cracks in the pumice. Birds returned. In the caldera, where Krakatoa had collapsed, new currents stirred. The earth, though wounded, had not finished its work. It was shaping something new. But for now, the survivors walked the edges of their altered world, searching for the past beneath their feet, and finding instead the beginning of something they could not yet name. As the years passed, the roar of Krakatoa faded from daily conversation, but it never truly vanished. Along the shores of Java and Sumatra, where ash had once covered the land like a second sky, memory settled in its place. Not always spoken aloud, not always mourned openly, but held close, like a scar beneath fabric. For the communities that had lived nearest the mountain, the loss was layered and complex. There was the physical devastation, villages erased, fields ruined, families scattered, but also something more intangible, the severing of place from memory. In many cases, there was no longer a tree to point to, no bend in the river, no familiar rooftop. The world they had known had been literally swept away, and yet they remembered. Elders began to tell the story in fragments, often at dusk, when the air was cooler and the sky turned red in ways that reminded them of that summer in 1883. Some spoke of the sound that came without a wind, or the sea that left before it returned. They described the way the birds flew inland days before the eruption, or how the dogs barked for hours without rest. These memories, often delivered without flourish or embellishment, became part of the region's oral tradition. In Western Java, children learned not just the names of the rivers and fields, but which ones had moved. In Sumatra, some villages built small stone cairns to honor those who had vanished. They didn't call them monuments, but markers, standing where nothing else had. Each one meant someone had lived there before the sea came. Some who remembered were not old. The trauma of Krakatoa had passed from one generation to the next in descriptive details. The smell of sulfur, the way the sky changed, the feel of ash in the mouth. Survivors, many of whom had been children at the time, shared what they could recall. Fragments of chaos, of rushing water, of days spent huddled beneath fallen trees. Over time, these recollections became woven into everyday life, not as warnings, but as gentle instructions for how to live respectfully with the land. Among colonial circles, memory took a different form. In Batavia, in Amsterdam, and across European scientific communities, Krakatoa became a symbol of awe, of nature's overwhelming power, and the fragility of human infrastructure. Verbeek's Krakatoa, published in 1885, was not just a technical report, but a comprehensive memorial, filled with maps, meteorological readings, and personal testimonies. His tone, always measured, became subtly reverent when describing the mountain's collapse. Even as he catalogued the eruption's effects, Verbeek remained attuned to the human cost. He noted, almost with sorrow, that many of the places he had once visited could no longer be reached, as they no longer exist. In later years, he would speak less frequently about the disaster, but when he did, he referred to Krakatoa as a kind of threshold, an event that changed how people understood the world's volatility. Back in the archipelago, the people continued to rebuild. Houses rose again along the coasts. Rice paddies were cleared of debris, but many chose not to return to the same places. Some settled further inland, closer to the hills. Others rebuilt, but left wide spaces between homes and the sea. And in the generations that followed, there was always an unspoken understanding. The mountain may sleep, but it never forgets. On the remnants of Krakatoa itself, nothing grew at first, just jagged black rock and fields of pumice, hot to the touch. But nature is patient. By the end of the 19th century, seabirds had begun to return. The first shrubs took root in ash. In tide pools, formed within the caldera's broken rim, new marine life stirred. The island was still, and yet, beneath the waves, there were murmurs of new activity. Those who remembered the old mountain watched it warily, even from afar. Some said they could still hear it on certain nights, deep groans beneath the sea, like an animal turning in its sleep. And always, there were stories, gently passed down, shaping how the people of the strait understood their place in the world. Not with fear and sorrow, but with reverence In the early light of 1927, nearly 44 years after Krakatoa's terrible collapse, a plume of steam was spotted rising from the sea. It came from a spot inside the sunken caldera, roughly where the center of the old island had once stood. At first, it was just a faint breath, a curling thread of vapor rising from beneath the waves. Then came gas, then smoke, then stone. From the depths of the Sunda Strait, the mountain stirred once more. The new formation emerged slowly, cautiously. First a vent, then a ridge, then an island, not as large or as tall as the old Krakatoa, but alive. The Dutch scientists who observed it gave it a name, Anak Krakatau, the child of Krakatoa. A small black dome, steaming against the tropical sea. The people of Java and Sumatra watched its return with a solemn gaze. The old stories had not left them. The wounds of 1883 were healed over, but never forgotten. Some referred to the newborn island with a kind of familial dread, a child born of fire and salt, returning to a world still marked by its parents' fury. Few dared approach it in those first years. Fewer still stayed long. But scientists, of course, were drawn to it. Geologists and volcanologists arrived from Europe to study the rebirth. Instruments were placed on the island's slopes, recordings taken, samples gathered. Rogier Verbeek had passed away by then, but his influence lingered. His observations of the original Krakatoa had become foundational texts in the study of volcanoes. Now, his successors walked among the fresh lava, measuring the same forces he had once tried to decipher from ash and silence. Anak Krakatau grew quickly, an inch here, a foot there, spurred by regular eruptions. It would spit ash into the sky, then fall quiet. Months later, another pulse would lift its shoulders further above the sea. Like the child it was named for, it was restless, volatile, unpredictable. By the mid-20th century, it had become a permanent fixture, a new island, forged from the wound of the old. Locally, the return of the mountain was treated with a wary respect. Fishermen avoided its shores. Passing boats gave it wide berth, but it was no longer feared with the same urgency. The memory of 1883 remained, but it had become generational now, less a personal grief, more a whispered inheritance. Still, the people knew better than to trust its stillness. And indeed, it did not remain still. In 2018, Anak Krakatau erupted once again, and part of its flank collapsed into the sea. The event triggered another tsunami, one that struck coastal communities with little warning. It was not as deadly as the eruption of its predecessor, but still, lives were lost. Over 400 people taken by waves that rose without warning under a starlit sky. Among them were musicians playing at a seaside concert, swept away mid-song. It was an echo of what had come before, a reminder that the mountain, though changed, still held its voice. The story of Krakatoa is not only one of eruption and ruin. It is a story of return, of a land reshaping itself, of people who endure. The island vanished, and from its absence came something new, fragile, volatile, and deeply alive. And in the twilight, as the waves roll gently through the strait and birds wheel above the dark slopes of Anak Krakatau, there is a strange peace, a sense that the earth, for all its fury, also remembers how to begin again. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.